Hello everybody, welcome back to some more Fire Emblem Awakening Lunatic Plus gameplay. Today we're going to be doing Sidestory 9, where you recruit Cynthia, which is Sumia's daughter. We're recruiting Cynthia with Gale Force. We kind of went pretty far out of our way to do this. Let's go ahead and get started. Sidestory 9, Wings of Justice. I'm going to skip all of the cutscenes because I've played this game too many times already. Alright, so first thing I'm going to do is reposition my units. The reason I actually intentionally went back to the world map before I started today's stream. The reason I did that is because I actually want to just try to do this resetless and just use whatever RNG the game gives me. I really want to show you how once you get to this point in the game, you have all of the tools that you need, and you can really have a pretty good chance of playing your way through the game without needing to like reset for enemy skills or anything like that. The only downside is now I have to reposition all of my units again, but it's not going to take me very long. Let's move you back here, and you up here, and this should be fine. I'm going to save from this position. I will show off my inventory really quick. I have a Forged Silver Bow and a Strength Tonic on Crom. I have a Magic Tonic and a Forged Elfunder on Sumia. Long Q doesn't really need anything. His damage output is actually pretty solid. It's much better than you'd expect. Big part of that is because of the fact that he has Noire as his support partner. She was really struggling for most of the game, but I think at this point she has finally stabilized. She's at the point where she is very strong. She is contributing. Her speed stat is not great, but she hits extremely hard, and that's basically all she really needs as a unit who's primarily going to be dual striking. Cordelia, she's basically here just to use rally speed for now. We might keep her around for a while longer. She can also use stabs. Robin right now is basically just a Saria pair-up unit. Saria herself is really impressing me this run. Lisa and Libra are going to be using stabs. Olivia's here because she's the dancer. In fact, I have to give a rescue staff to Libra. I bought one just before the stream. Yes, because the Risen were blocking the shop that sells rescue staffs for like the last 3 streams in a row, so I was getting very low on them. And I will give one to Cordelia to use in the case of an emergency. Okay, Henry should be fine with his gear. Lucina's fine. I actually gave a strength... no, I didn't. I was going to forge Severa's silver sword, and then I kind of just decided not to do so. So I have not done so. Excuse me. I'm going to post some stream links, and then I'm going to get right into it. Let me post the stream links first. Let me know if the audio balance is okay. I think it's alright. I was testing it out before stream. The funniest thing is I kept hearing this weird noise that I couldn't get rid of, and I thought there was either a problem with the microphone or maybe a problem with my headphones. Turns out it was neither. It's just one of my neighbors playing a bass guitar very loudly. So loudly that you can kind of hear it a little bit. You can hear it in like the background audio here. Nothing I can do about that. Just have to enjoy the sounds, I guess. Switch over to my other Discord so that it doesn't make any sound. Perfect. Did I miss anything important? No. I gotta bring chat back up now too. Surprisingly, no messages in chat. That is extremely surprising to me. Yeah, YouTube must not be very happy about whatever's going on with today's thumbnail or today's stream title, because usually there are a ton of chat messages by now. Alright, let's get into it. So, there's a tile over here. I think it's either this one or this one. It might actually be, I think you might even be able to use both of them. That's extremely important. You can use it to lure out and kill these archers on the first turn, assuming that you have a unit capable of fighting all 3 of them. And then there's also this area over here. Can only be reached by this character, and I will show you. Hello, Mirror Fanboy. Welcome to today's stream. You are today's first chatter. We're going over the general strategy for today's map. Okay, so one thing I noticed is that if you the enemies are separated into groups. You have bottom left group, bottom right group, And then this top group is kind of like all together. And what I noticed is that if you bait any of the units on the top, it actually baits all of, like every single unit on the map will start attacking. Other than the ones up here, these green units are also in a separate group, and the green units will only start moving once you trigger one of them. I'm going to show that off later. That's something we don't really need to get into right now. But basically, what I like to do is remove the bottom left group first, because that allows you to get Cynthia right away, and then remove the bottom right group. This will give you the opportunity to set up and bait out the middle group without needing to get rushed by these enemies, these enemies, these enemies, and these enemies all at the same time. It's better to take out the bottom groups one at a time if you can. And you do have plenty of time. The boss kind of takes his time going around. He's going to turn these units red one at a time, but honestly, it's not going to be that big of an issue. What we want to do is remove these enemy groups and set up a situation where our Gale Force attacker can fly in and hit this guy, kill him, and then fly back out. So we're going to be attempting to do that. Okay, so this tile here can only be reached by this guy. Let me confirm that. Yeah. So as long as he doesn't spawn with counter, which of course he spawned with counter, but assuming he didn't spawn with counter, you could set a unit here to fight him. Even if he does spawn with counter, you can sometimes set up a unit who's capable of fighting him. It can be tricky. We're going to see if we can do a little bit of math and figure that out. Might as well do it while I'm here. Okay, so we're going to need 25 versus 28 speed. We need to make sure that we don't double, because if we double, we're definitely going to kill ourselves with counter damage. The next thing we need to check and see is if we can survive one hit from him and one hit from ourselves. So that's 45 damage. 45 minus 16 is 29. That's a lot of damage already. We're going to be dealing, let's say, 33 damage minus 19. That's 14 extra damage, so 29 plus 14 is 43. She actually takes 43 and she survives. We can also give her some kind of like defensive pair up, but we want to make sure that we don't give her too much speed, which is the big concern. I could do this because we don't want her to double the enemy. We want to make sure that she's still only hitting the enemy one time, because if she hits the enemy twice, she'll kill herself with counter damage. This will give us a little bit of extra damage and a lot of extra defense. This should help with the matchup. We want to stand in this tile. So you could stand in this tile, but then the enemy's going to be in the woods. If you stand here, you can pull him out onto a plains tile where he won't have any extra defense or evasion. I'm also going to use the superior edge here. Yeah, it should have the same damage as the silver sword, but it's going to give us better hit and avoid rates against the enemy. The next thing we're going to do, we're going to set up a sweep against these 3 archers. If you can do this properly, you can get rid of all 3 of these archers and then badly damage this guy, all on one enemy phase, and that's going to leave you with a pretty small group to clean up. Hello, Anfaresi. Anfaresi says we're starting 100 million times with this one. No, I'm very much planning to beat this one on the first attempt. You can very easily beat this map on the first attempt. By the time you get to this point, when you have Gale Force users, you have rescue staves, you have good enemy phase sweepers, you should be able to beat this chapter on your first attempt. I think this guy has a silver bow as well. Yes. Okay. So what we want to do is set up a situation. As you can see, Cynthia actually can't fly over this wall. So if you put a unit here or here, they can fight these 4 enemies. Now, the scary part is you need to make sure you're actually capable of surviving against all 4 enemies. So let's make sure we can do that. I also want to make sure that if I rally speed, I don't accidentally double this enemy that I don't want to double. 26 plus 4 will be 30. Yeah, we're fine. Okay, I'm going to go over here. I'm going to rally speed for this group. I'm going to pair up here. Let me make sure of something. Okay. I think I can use my silver sword here. Let me see how much damage I'm doing to these guys with the silver sword versus the silver axe. Silver axe is a little bit more damage. 45. In fact, I think you can actually get away with using the steel sword here. 42 minus 20 is 22. Okay. 42 minus 17 is 25 damage. Alright. And Nosferatu is going to be dealing... We're not going to be getting a magic boost from Robin. Actually, I think we will. We'll get +1. Yeah, +1 magic. So we'll be dealing 44. 44 minus 12 is 32 damage. 32 times 2 will kill. 44 minus 10 is 34 damage. 34 times 2 will kill. Okay, so we don't actually need Robin to dual strike here, so I'm just going to equip the steel sword. So if I get dual strikes, it helps, but if I don't, it's fine. I'm going to be doubling and killing all of these enemies. Now I have to make sure that they won't kill me. I believe I did this already once off stream when I did my test run, but should be fine. And for SC, hey Tricky, thanks for stopping by today. Hello Legacy, thank you for stopping by. Do I think Fire Emblem has improved my mathematics skills through playing? No. I have a bachelor's in science in a STEM degree, so I've already taken plenty of math courses. I pretty much carry a calculator around with me everywhere that I go, but I will say that my math skills have helped me in Fire Emblem. I would not say that Fire Emblem has helped my math skills. It might help other people if they haven't already taken like advanced mathematics courses. And for SC says, it's only possible to beat this on the first attempt if you plan out your units. Your 12-year-old self almost breaks while doing this map a gazillion times. You only have 2 strats, turtling and hyper carry. It certainly helps with multiplication in 3. So turtling and hyper carry are fine, but you can rely on like I'm trying to show off like a broader strategy that relies on like a full team. Which we will be seeing soon. By the way, sorry about the guy revving his motorcycle. That's like just one of the guest stars who likes to show up on stream. Fire Emblem earned me a bachelor's. No, I have a bachelor's in chemistry. Sorry. Alright, so we're going to check the enemy damage. I've already cleared this map once off stream. I did it on my first attempt, so I'm sure I can do it on the first attempt on stream as long as I don't get bizarrely unlucky. But what we're going to do is we're going to check the damage on these enemies. So 41 plus 41 plus 41 with Luna plus 54. So that's 177 damage. We're going to be taking minus 31, minus 31, minus 31, minus 15. We're going to be taking 69 damage at most, but that's also going to be counteracted by Nosferatu healing. And none of these guys, this guy spawned with Aegis Plus, so we're not going to be getting as much healing from him. But other than that, we should be getting around 30 points of healing from each enemy, so Saria is going to be completely fine here. I probably didn't even really need to do that math. I could have just eyeballed it, but it's fine. We're not going to bait any of the other enemies yet. We're just going to get other units into position. I should have rallied luck before I moved. That was a misplay. Not a huge one, but it was definitely a misplay. I can rally luck for you. I'm just going to dance here, just to get some experience. We're going to want Sumia here. On the next turn, she's going to fly in. She's going to recruit Cynthia. She's going to pair up with Cynthia, and then she's going to fly back. To that end, I would like to have Crom probably here. He's going to give the bonus of Charm to Severa, and we'll put Lucina here as well. It doesn't really matter. These two are just going to move over the forest tiles and get into the bottom left corner. This bottom left corner is going to kind of be like our setup space. Hello Blank, thank you for coming to today's stream. Hello Kunai, thank you for coming to today's stream. Tricky says you don't remember this being that difficult when they aggro in groups and not all at once. Yeah, as long as you do them one group at a time, it's not that bad, although it is very level dependent. If we tried to do this like 2 chapters ago, we would get absolutely steamrolled. Our units are just now at the point where they're strong enough to fight these enemies, and that goes a long way. Legacy says, I hate when I'm doing a math test and they don't tell you if the enemy has weapon ranks. Is Saria going to get a dedicated video? Absolutely, yeah. Especially now. I mean, I was already planning on it, but especially now. I've really, really started to appreciate how strong she actually is. Not even just as a support unit, but as like as a main carry. She is very comparable to Robin in strength, I will say. And I can show that in just a second. Once this enemy phase finishes, I want to show you something very, very impressive. Ooh, nice crit. So she just swept that entire group and she's at full health. Honestly, we probably could have done it even without Nosferatu. Like, that's how strong she is. Okay, so I did give her an HP tonic, so her HP isn't usually this high, but she has 22 defense compared to a plus defense Robin has 30 defense. The big thing is that she has more magic than he has strength. She has comparable speed, she has comparable HP, she has a little bit less defense, she has more resistance, she does have less skill. That's probably her big holdback. Other than that, she is pretty comparable to Robin in terms of like Nosferatu tanking. Like they're equally capable characters. So we're going to talk to Cynthia. We're going to recruit her. If we tried to attack here, unfortunately we wouldn't be able to deal enough damage to really chip through this guy, but what we can do is we can pair up with Cynthia. Cynthia can fly back over here. She's going to go into the convoy. She's going to take a Master Seal. She's going to take a Rescue Staff. She's going to take a Heal Staff. She's going to take a Javelin. And that should be everything that she needs. I'm going to trade my Steel... Should I trade my Steel Lance for a Killer Lance? Steel Lance is 9 damage. Killer Lance... I'll just stick with the Steel Lance for now. I'll transfer Sumia over. And then I'm actually going to pair up with Lucina. So she's going to be pairing up with her sister for a lot of this chapter. And Crom and Sumia are going to be pairing up. Another thing you can do is after you transfer Sumia back over, you can have Cynthia immediately use her Master Seal to promote. Alright, so now we need to pick apart this group of 4 enemies. We can probably do it purely through player phase actions. We would like to do it in such a way that Severa, Lucina, and maybe Cynthia get as much experience as possible. So let's see if we can do that. I'm actually going to start with this. I'm going to rally for all the characters who would like to have rally speed. It's a little bit of an awkward position, but it should be fine. Okay. Hit him for 21, that's not enough. I could hit him for 34. Oh yeah, I gave him the Blessed Bow so that he'd be dealing more damage. Muriel is a cute hag. Muriel's really good. Yeah, she has bad luck, but luck's the least important stat in the game. You think Saria is better than Muriel? Maybe. I think they're both very good. They're both very top tier units. Muriel is an investment project with good payoff. Saria just comes promotion ready. Yeah, that's like their point of comparison. They're very close to like if you compare Vake versus Gregor, like both of them are good. But Gregor comes for free and Vake you have to invest into. The big difference I would say is that Saria is so much better than Gregor. Like the Vake versus Gregor comparison is not really that close because Vake is actually a lot better than Gregor as long as you invest into him. The thing is, like, even if you invest into Muriel, Saria is still like arguably on the same tier. Like if he says I'm a pro hag. Okay. Alright. So I'm gonna start with this guy. I can deal 24 damage, and this is why I gave her magic tonics. So 23 plus 23 plus 24 should be 70, so yeah, I can just barely kill him if I get 1 dual strike, or if I get a crit. This is much better. If I didn't give her the magic tonic, I would have to either get 2 dual strikes, or I would need to get a dual strike and a crit. It massively would lower my odds. As long as I get 1 dual strike, which is like the bare minimum requirement, and that's very easy to do. It's extremely likely off of 2 attacks with S rank Crom support partner. This triggers Gale Force. This will give this team another chance to act if I need them to. I really want to chip this guy down. Alright, let me do it this way. I'm going to transfer you over. She's going to have a Bronze Lance equipped. We can use this to get rid of the guy with counter. Now Severa. This guy doesn't have Axe Breaker, so I can go here, I can transfer you over. I can go like this, I'll use my hand axe. Just get some chip damage, try to bait a dual strike, I did not do so. Now I can probably set up a kill for Lucina here. 16 plus 16. 32. I can hit pretty hard. Probably keep these 2 paired up, honestly. I'm just gonna use the Fire Tome here. Didn't get what I wanted. I was really hoping for a Henry dual strike there, but it's fine. Actually, what I can do is dance for this pair. Now I can switch their positions. Go like this. Now we're kind of hoping for at least a dual strike. Didn't get it. It's fine. Now we can go like this. Now this should be a kill for Lucina. I almost wish I just had Cynthia use her seal. I can actually do it now. Okay, so let's see what's going on the other side. We might be able to set up a situation where we can fight just 2 enemies. Either that, or what I can do is get into a position where I can set up next turn to draw out some ranged attackers. That might be a smart idea, because this guy's going to be very scary if we let him get rolling. I believe on this side, the squares, there are a couple of magic squares on this side too. It should be, let me find, maybe there's one more ranged attacker? No. What is it? I'm actually a little bit confounded by what's going on here. There should be some squares that are pretty free, but maybe I'm misremembering. No, because this guy reaches here, and this guy reaches here, so there's actually no squares where you can pull out just ranged attackers. Okay, so in that case, let's think about how to pull out the group and engage with as many targets as possible. Is Cynthia a free Falco Knight staff bot? Yeah, like even if you don't invest anything into Cynthia, you can recruit her, immediately promote her into a Falco Knight, and then you just have like a free Falco Knight with staff utility. She's going to get rally speed pretty quickly if you use her at all. Even just the fact that she can use rescue staffs and heal, it just like makes her great. And then just from using staff experience, she'll get rally speed pretty quickly. She's going to be replacing Cordelia pretty soon, and Sever is going to be mostly replacing what Frederick used to be doing. Alright, let me make sure we can kill this guy, and then possibly set up against this guy at the same time. We would need somebody who can fight both of these enemies, though. Hello, Maniac. Maniacally Happy. You finally made a Fire Emblem stream. Good morning. Good morning to you as well. I hope you're having a great morning. I'm having a wonderful morning. I'm having a fantastic morning. Based on design alone, which character and class is my favorite? I mean, okay, so somebody asked last stream, like, if I could only support one character, who would it be? I find this to be a similar question. I feel like you guys are drastically underestimating the extent to which goth women, like, rule every moment of my life and guide every, like, thought that goes on in my head. Like, Saria is my favorite by far. You have enough combat units to not... So, yeah. So the great thing about staff units is they basically train themselves with, like, free staff experience. It's just fantastic. You would never replace Cordelia because you can't have enough flying staff bot utility. Well, I just don't have enough... I don't have enough party slots. Like, I have to get rid of somebody. A big part of the reason why this is happening is because people specifically voted that they wanted me to focus on Gen 2 units. If people didn't do that, then I would keep Cordelia on the team. But because I have to make room for these Gen 2 units that I'm going to be putting on the team, I have to replace Cordelia with Cynthia. X is here. Hello, you're lurking today. No worries, we love lurkers here. Thank you for being here for today's stream. I think what I would like to do... Let me make sure that Saria can survive against these two enemies. 58, 45... 58, 45. +58 plus 45, that's 103 minus 31 minus 31. She's going to be taking 41 damage. Even without Nosferatu, she survives here. So let's do something like this. I want to actually not kill this guy if I can, but I think I always kill him. Well, what's 28 plus 28? That's 56. He could theoretically survive if I don't get any crits here, so I'm going to actually try to do that. Is that a smart move? Yeah, that's a good move. Okay, I'm going to do this. I'm going to use Thunder. I'm going to try not to crit. I probably will crit, but it's fine if I do. Yeah. Where's my dancer? Oh god, I danced already. Sorry. That was a little bit of a misplay. It's not the end of the world. It just means we're going to be behind one turn where I want it to be. Alright, so let's do this. Let's split these two up. Let's go here. I'm going to go like this. I'm going to promote into a Falconite now. And Fressy says, this man has goth girls 24/7 in his mind. Call a paramedic. That's just accurate, though. It's just the truth. Alright, so we got Falconite Cynthia now. God, I love drinking water. There's like very few things in the world that I love more than drinking water. And we're actually going to unpair these two now. And then next turn, we'll start splitting apart the other enemy group. It's actually fine. You don't really need to go that fast. Honestly, like the most dangerous enemies on the top, the ones that you don't want him to turn red, are this guy here, and he's always going to get this guy. And then the other one is like this guy and this guy here, and he's like not going to get these ones for a while. So you can usually get him before he gets over here. This is like the big thing, is like stopping him before he gets to these two units. And if you could stop him before this one, it would be great, but you just can't. So like, you know, why even bother trying? All right, so let's try to focus on fighting as many of these enemies on player phase, or on enemy phase, as we can. So first of all, we know that Saria can take on these two. This square here seems pretty significant because I could also fight this archer. The problem is I'm giving the enemies the opportunity to move into the forest. Is that a problem? Yeah, because I really need Nosferatu to trigger. And then if I move, what other enemy is hitting this square? It's this guy, okay. I don't want to deal with him. I need to accelerate though. I really need to accelerate. I'm gonna go here so that I can use Thunder instead of Nosferatu. And then we're gonna equip our Steel Sword. We're gonna go like this. She could potentially leave enemies alive on low health, but that's actually a good thing because then we can give the experience to our other units. Alright, I need to make sure to dance, or sorry, to rally. I need to rally from this position because I need to hit Lucina. Yes, okay. So bottom right, we can pull out this guy. And this could also separate the enemies. This will very likely to cause some enemies to go right and some enemies to go left. And if we can do that, that's also a good thing. So who can fight this guy safely? Lonku is probably a great choice. Maniacally Happy says, have I played the Super Robot Wars or Super Robot Tyson games at all? Yes, I have. I've played them immensely. I've played them massively. I've played every game in the series with an official English localization, and many games in the series, if not all of the games in the series, that have a fan translation, as well as some games that are not even translated yet. I love Super Robot Wars. It is one of my favorite game series of all time. Love Super Robot Wars. We're planning to do Super Hollow Wars at some point in the nearby future, which is a Super Robot Tyson fan game based on HoloLive VTubers. That's probably going to be fun. All right, let's see if Lonku can fight this dapper gentleman over here. This fellow. Drinking water, goth girls. Next, you're going to say you need to breathe air. The addiction is strong with this one. Looking forward to Super Hollow War stream when I get to it eventually. Yeah, it's going to be a little while. Mostly because of the fact that I can only do like one stream per week because of my acid reflux. This map is pretty chill so far when you're just waiting in groups for enemies to aggro. Yeah, I mean, we can just take our time, honestly. We can sit here, we can do like a chat stream today. Oh, by the way, I figured out how to get my stupid sub goal counter to stop saying that I have 5,500 subs. I don't know why it was doing that. It's accurate now. We have 2,560. We're aiming for 3,000 before the end of the month. Probably not that likely, but it's good to aim for high benchmarks. All right, Lonku. He's going to have 63 attack. 63 attack minus 16 defense is 47 damage. We're going to be getting at least, 6 defense from Noe. And we'll also be, in fact, let's go over here first. I want to be standing here. I want you to go over here. Transfer Noe over. Then we're going to dance for this pair. Okay, so we're going to have, so let's calculate with our actual defense. It's going to be 63 minus 26. We're going to take 37 damage, which is nowhere near enough to kill us. We will absolutely double this guy with 41 speed. Yeah. And we will deal 49 minus 14. 35 damage cut in half. We're going to deal 17 damage twice. We're going to deal around 34 damage to him, but we have chances to trigger crits. We have chances to trigger dual strikes. We have chances to trigger lethality. We have a lot of chances here to completely remove this enemy from existence and deny his right to live. I'm gonna go like this. I kind of wanted Lisa over here, but I can't do that, so let's do this. Oh, I could have used Cynthia for healing. That was a mistake. It's not the end of the world. Alright, in that case, let's move Cynthia over here. Now, Cynthia should have a C support with Lucina because they're sisters. We're going to be using that to our advantage. I think these two don't normally have a C support. I can't remember, but either way, we can A support them because we're not going to have any Gen 2 male units. What we're going to be doing is A supporting these two sisters, and then we're going to be A supporting Severa with Saria and Robin's daughter. Hello Blank, thank you for stopping by today. What's a good entry point for Super Robot Wars? Original Generations is great. It seems like you've played it already. Super Robot Wars V is also fantastic. You get filtered out by how much dialogue there was and how basic the gameplay feels at the beginning. I think the gameplay has a lot more depth than you might think on the surface. However, I do think that original generation games tend to have way more depth than the mainline games. I think OG1 and OG2 on Game Boy Advance are like almost perfect games if you haven't played those yet. Although I think the PS2 is actually a remake of those two games, or it's like a collection of those two games. It's like an HD collection of those two games. So you've probably played them already. OG Moon Dwellers is pretty good, but the English localization is like atrocious. It's like it is the worst English localization in the history of the franchise. It's so bad. It's like almost unreadable. Other than that, honestly, I think VX and T are pretty good entry points into the series, just because they're such high quality games. I would honestly say look at which series are featured in each game, and if you see one that has like an anime that you like, just play that game, because you're gonna get more into the series if you get the opportunity to play with units that are from like an anime that you enjoy. I'm gonna do something a little bit crazy here. I'm gonna fly over here. Yes, I'm gonna go like this. I'm going to remove this guy. I just need to hit one dual strike here. We got it. Then we're gonna dash back out using Gale Force. This is one of the awesome things about Gale Force is when you're getting ready to aggro an enemy group, you can dash in, you can remove an enemy, and then you can just like dash back out, which kind of gives you the momentum. It gives you the opportunity to remove one additional enemy more than what you would normally get rid of. Let's see, Garrett. Hey Garrett, thanks for stopping by today. Good evening, Ellery. Good evening, all. What have I missed? We just removed this group over here. I showed off some pretty cool tech where you run in, you recruit Cynthia, you pair up with her, and then Cynthia flies you back out and transfers you over to Crom. She can also promote into a Falcon Knight on the same turn when she does that action, although I didn't do it because I was being a little bit boneheaded. Let's see, Star Force. Thank you for stopping by today. Lucina has supports with Cynthia and Kiel normally. Okay. So yeah, she would have support with Cynthia normally. Yeah, I couldn't remember. Yeah, the Moon Dwellers are great. Let's see. You don't want to play Super Robot Wars for the sheer fact that you feel like Gundam is going to be the end of your financial life. I want to do a Gundam model building stream at some point in the future. I really strongly considered buying a hand cam just so I can show that off. I haven't done it yet, but it's something I would really like to do at some point in the future, maybe. You're thinking of playing Alpha Gaiden? Yeah, I've heard Alpha Gaiden's pretty good. It's actually one of the ones that I played the least. Moon Dweller quotes. Yeah. Gundam is great. One of the things I really love about I think it's Super Robot Wars V that I'm thinking of. One of the things, honestly, Super Robot Wars in general does a very good job of this, but I think Super Robot Wars V in particular does a really good job of like putting a ton of respect on Amuro, which I love because I'm a huge fan of the original Gundam, and like anytime they just like they hype up Amuro as like being one of the the goats, it always like just fills me with joy. All right, so let's see how this enemy phase goes. We should get 2 kills with Saria. I'm a little scared we're gonna get killed here, but this guy should have less damage than a Berserker, even if he hits me. Yeah, I specifically did that so that we would not need to use Nosferatu. The reason I wanted to do that is, number one, leave this guy alive on low health, so we can give the kill to Cynthia, or Lucina, if possible. Ooh, we got a lethality trigger. Always sick to see that go off. The other reason is so that Saria is on low health, which means that she can trigger Vengeance, which is going to give her a higher chance of removing one of these dangerous foes, which I would probably like to remove this guy, because he's going to be the one that's going to be the most difficult to get rid of for my other characters. I'm going to use Nosferatu here. I gotta be careful that this guy can't kill me. He deals 45. minus 15. He can hit me for 30 damage. Although I'm gonna hit him with Nosferatu first though. So I'm gonna heal for, oh no, 30 divided by 2. I'm gonna heal for at least 19. So 26 plus 19 is a, yeah, okay, so we'll survive no matter what here. Vengeance we triggered, which is even better. Got a guard, that's nice. We got a nice second seal, don't really need it right now, but better than nothing, I suppose. This guy, finally we got an archer to spawn without counter. It's always great when that happens. I'm gonna come over here. I'm actually going to 23, 25. I think if I pair up with her, I can double this enemy. Yeah, I'm actually gonna do this. Silver Sword and Ephraim Pike. We're probably not gonna get this kill, but what we can do is dance for Severa if we have an action left over later on. Alright, so next we're going to pair up the sisters. We're going to run in here, we're going to remove this guy. We can instantly kill him, and then trigger Gale Force, which is going to give us another action. That's going to allow Lucina to... Unfortunately, both these guys have counter. Okay. Let's have Lone Q get rid of one or both of them. Ooh, we have to be a little bit careful because we're in range of, I think, just this archer. Yes, okay. Whoever moves into this square has to enemy phase this archer, which is great because we can have Lone Q do that. Lone Q is very good at enemy phasing against archers. Move this guy. We could also just pull him back out of harm's way and give ourselves an extra turn to set up, but I don't really have any issues with pulling out this enemy group this turn. In fact, depending on how things go, we could potentially send these two. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. No, unfortunately they can't reach. Maybe send Sumia and Krom over to the left. That might be the play. Now the tricky part is this guy has a bow and counter. So if we get in close and we hit him, we're going to be hitting ourselves with counter damage. But if we hit him from a distance, he's going to be shooting us with his bow. In fact, we actually survive. We survive on 1, if he even hits us, which he has a pretty good chance of missing. I'm kind of willing to take these odds. As crazy as it sounds. I will use the killer bow here, though. I want to play for crits. 28% chance to crit. Yeah, so I'd like to crit this guy, or remove him otherwise before he gets... Oh, no, he's got Vantage anyway, so he's always going to hit me. He's going to drop me to 1 HP. If he hits. Unfortunately, he did hit. That was very far from being guaranteed. He was actually not that likely to hit me at all. But what I can do here is I can mend. I'm going to have to use Lisa. Nope, neither of them have mend. Who has my mend staff? Oh, hold on a second. I can go into the convoy. So let me do this. Get as much healing as possible. Go into the convoy. Should be a mend staff. Yes, I'm going to trade that for the heal staff. Mend her back up to 41. Okay, I'm going to dance for you. Really need her to get to level 5 as soon as possible. We can do that right here. Can I use my Iron Axe? Probably, yeah. Is this a level? Yes, perfect. Okay, so we finally got Soul. This is a big turning point for Severa. This gives her the ability to enemy phase a little bit more reliably. Okay, so I would like to set up a situation where... So the thing is, when you trigger either of these groups, both of them are going to start moving anyway. So because we left Lone Ku within range of this guy, we want to start chipping away at both of these enemy formations as much as possible. So what I'd like to do, I think, is set up Sumia to fight this guy on enemy phase. Let me make sure I didn't miss anything in chat. Let's see. And Fressy says, hold on, Ellery, I thought this was a family-friendly stream. You didn't sign up for unadulterated hand reveals. My hands are actually really, what's a word I want to use here? I've been told my hands are very cute. Let me put it that way. I have very feminine hands. Alright, so we're going to go over here. We can definitely enemy face this guy, right? I mean, there's nothing he can do to me. There's certainly no way that there's anything he can do to me. I'm actually even going to use my Steel Lance and Steel Bow here. Because honestly, I don't think he's a threat at all. And if he gets left alive, that just means that Cynthia can finish him off. Cynthia or Lucina. Alright, let me go over here and rally luck for this duo, I guess. Alright. So we're going to probably remove 2 enemies here. Yeah. All we need is 1 dual strike to remove that guy. Here, this should be a removal. Yeah. Once again, we just needed 1 dual strike there. Lanku is really showing up. Alright, so both of these groups are going to start moving at the same time no matter what you do. That's why we intentionally triggered both of them at the same time, just so that we at least got to get rid of... We at least were able to remove 2 enemies before they started moving in on us. A better idea would have been to wait 1 additional turn. I could have even used a rescue staff to pull Lanku back, or used Olivia to pull Lanku back. But I really wanted to use Olivia to give experience to Severa. Arguably, a better tactic would have been to pull Lanku back, and then this turn we could have set up so that we could have fought like 3 to 4 enemies before they started moving. Either way, it'll be fine. What we're going to do, we're going to look at the most dangerous and problematic enemies, like this guy right here having counter. This is a problem. However, yeah, this guy has counter, and it's very difficult to enemy phase him. However, this guy is looking a lot more... Well, we can enemy phase this guy with Lanku, so hold on. So yeah, let's get rid of this guy first. So we have to switch back to our Silver Bow and Elf Thunder setup. So all we need here is either a crit or a dual strike. Got it. Keep in mind, we did not need a crit dual strike. We just needed just that dual strike hitting at all. Would have removed that enemy. Okay, so now, because that guy's been taken care of, what we can do is fly back to safety and set up to enemy phase. Probably this guy. Unfortunately, we don't quite reach as far as I would like to. So what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to fly the other way. Hold on a second. I might be able to think of something better. Yes, I can do this. Okay, so what I'm going to do is enemy phase this guy with Crom. I'm going to go here. I'm going to... go Steel Lance and Killer Bow. No, I'm just going to use the Steel Bow, in fact. I'm thinking if I want to separate these 2 or not. I have 32 speed, right? Yeah. No, I'm going to keep them paired up. Saria can handle a lot of the aggression on the right, but she's definitely not going to be able to handle everything. This guy here, I would like to fight with Lanku if possible. Seems very possible. However, I gotta be careful, because once I move out of the way of this guy, he's gonna be able to move pretty far. 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, he will be able to hit this square. So Lanku needs to get over here, where Severa is. What I'm actually gonna do is... I need to get some rallies down. Only problem is these heroes are hitting a lot of territory. Hello Alpha C, how's it going? It's going great. I'm doing wonderful today. How are you doing? Gale Force is so useful for Lunatic Plus, yeah. Garrett says, you've been working during Millie's last few streams. How has she been doing? Has she been enjoying the game? Yeah, she's having a lot of fun with A Link to the Past. If anyone is interested in that, I highly recommend checking out the archives. She is playing Legend of Zelda: A Link to the Past. It's her very first video game that she's ever played. First stream was definitely something. It took her like 2 hours to get through the first area where you go into the prison and rescue Zelda. But it was a lot of fun watching her play it for the first time. Alpha C says, pretty cool, you're doing pretty cool. I'm doing pretty cool as well. Alright, what we can do is... I don't know why I'm feeling a little bit scatterbrained suddenly. I know what I want to do. The problem is what I want to do is move Lanku to this square, but I want Cordelia to be in a different spot, so I need to do something like this. switch. I'm going to actually separate these two now, because I'm going to want them separated later. Okay, Lanku, just go over here. Use your Blessed Bow. In fact, I'm going to use... Can I fight this guy without getting killed? Yeah. Okay, I'm actually not going to use any healing on him. I'm just going to go here. I'm going to go like this. Okay, now we have a better idea of how far this guy can actually move. Problem is I got to figure out where Sari is going to be standing, but I actually wish these guys had pass, because I'm going to have to sit here and count their tiles and see how far they can move. Okay, let me see how many of these guys you can face. They both have Luna. That's pretty scary. This guy also has... No, I can't fight this guy. He has counter. I have to stay out of this guy's range. Just really frustrating, because this is like the one guy I would want to fight if I could. All right, let's just fight this guy then. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 here. Sorry, I'm gonna put you right here. And you can use Thunder. And you're gonna be completely fine. Okay. You should be able to rally for both of these units. Yes. Now you're in a dance for you. Now I need to make sure these two can get to safety. It looks like they can. I'm gonna go like this. Then we're gonna rally speed for these two units. And we've got one thing left to do, which is figure out where Cynthia and Lucina are going to be standing. They're not going to be able to kill anything with Gale Force this turn. Unfortunately, their offense is still too weak. Yeah, they just don't deal enough damage to actually consistently kill things, unfortunately. If Awakening could use more quality of life, it would be showing the enemy movement before you finish moving your unit. Yeah, that would be great. Like if I moved Saria back here and then it actually showed the enemy ranges expand, that would be so helpful. Three Houses kind of does this, but it actually does it in a way that's like really like not. I don't know how to explain it, but it's actually like very unintuitive. I don't like the way Three Houses does it with like the lines. It like draws the line from like the enemy to the player units. I really don't like how that looks. It actually makes it more confusing than helpful for me personally. Alright, we're going to deal a little bit of damage. This is actually good. We can actually have either Cynthia or Lucina, or even both of them, dash in and finish off this enemy. Trigger Gale Force and then escape. So he's not really a threat to us. Nice lethality trigger when it doesn't matter, but it's always fun to see. I love lethality. It's so awesome. Such a fun skill. He's healing his ally. That might mess up my plan. But they're creating space in the bottom right corner for us, so it actually kind of helps us a little bit more than you might expect. Alright, this guy right here is a huge problem. This guy right here is actually quite a problem as well. I think I'm going to rescue staff here. Knowing that I'm going to use a rescue staff, I think I'll do this. Take out this guy if possible, or leave him on low health. Now I can bounce in this direction. I have to be careful. I have to make sure I actually kill this guy. This is going to be 19 damage plus 53. It actually doesn't kill. Well, let's hope for good luck. Didn't get the luck. It's fine. It was not. You would not expect to get that luck. We have multiple rescue staffs available for exactly this reason, and we have Gale Force units to bail us out for exactly this reason. So we're gonna go like this. In fact, what I'm gonna do is, I'm gonna do this. I have a 4-range rescue. Is that enough? 1, 2, 3, 4. Yes, it is. I need to get Cordelia to rally, I guess. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4. I should be able to rescue them over here. Perfect. That's going to give us some experience as well. So Cynthia already gaining levels very quickly. She's so much easier to train than Lucina because she can go directly into Falcon Knight. Alright, so this guy here has got a silver axe. He's got, unfortunately, another counter user. I can probably take him out with Nosferatu, honestly. I could even use Ruin here. It's an idea. Is there a way for me to fight something other than the counter user? I can probably fight the Tomahawk user. Yeah, I'm going to fight the Tomahawk user. I just don't want to deal with this guy this turn. So what I'm going to do is... This guy deals 40 damage. 40 minus 31 is 9 damage. She survives, and then she's going to heal herself with Nosferatu, so let's do that. Steel Sword's fine. I go like this. I'm going to rescue the other two over here. You two come back. I'm not going to use a heal on Saria because she doesn't need it to survive. I'm going to use a heal here so that she's combat ready for next turn. And I'll actually go back into the convoy. Trade the mend back for heal staff. Do this. Okay, I would like to split up this pair so that we have 2 Gale Force actions available next turn, potentially if we need to. You two go here, and I can actually do this. One, two, three, four, five, six, seven. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay. If I run in here, I can remove this guy with Gale Force. And then dash back out. Then I don't have to deal with him next turn. And it actually also decreases the enemy range. Alright, I'm going to... oops, I accidentally skipped. Okay. Perfect. I'm going to take a quick bathroom break before I do anything else. Oh, he used his physics staff. That's kind of sad, because that means I'm getting fewer physics staff charges from him. So that huge cluster of enemies that was up there before has been reduced to just 5 enemies. All we have to do is clean up these 5 enemies and then go get rid of the boss. Before that, I have to take a bathroom break. I will be right back. Everyone else, go get some water. I command you to do so. Hello everybody, I am back. Hello Blank. You think all the proc skills are great except for Luna and Aether? That's pretty surprising. I think most people rate Luna and Aether pretty highly. In 3 houses, it also shows the tiles expand. Yeah, I think the glowing lines just distract me and confuse me. It just like makes all the information less useful. You don't care if Dragon Fang is bad. It's so cool to use. Yeah, I mean, there's definitely something to be said about just like using skills that look and feel awesome. All right, I want to get Sumia as far up here as possible this turn, but I also have to make sure that I can actually get rid of all five of these enemies, which is harder than you might imagine. I think to do so, I have to make the best possible use of Lucina. I think that's going to be very important. The good thing about Luna and Aether is that they have very good activation rates, very high activation rates, and that's pretty important on your proc skills. Okay. This guy right here is probably the most likely one. To be removed by Lanku. Let me check something. Yeah, so if I get a dual strike, I definitely kill him. I'm pretty likely to get a dual strike, a crit, or an lethality proc. I'm fine with doing this first, before anything else. Luna can be annoying because it adds damage when you don't want it to, like when you're facing enemies with counter. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't put Luna on a character who's going to be enemy phasing. That's the thing. Early game, it can be a little bit annoying on Frederick. I can see what you mean by that. Just for me personally, I'm like, I don't know. I'm really not that type of Fire Emblem player. Like, I always see, like, sometimes when I watch other people's clears, like, I'll watch them, like, intentionally, like, turn off dual strikes and crits and, like, proc skills so that they can, like, show off, like, they planned out something that's 100% consistent or whatever. But, like, for me personally, I'm just going to take whatever good luck that I get and make the most of it. I'm going to move, actually, yes, this pair. I have to move them to probably this position first. Now they should be able to remove this enemy, even though he has, in fact, I'm gonna use, is this worth ruin? No, because I'll probably get him with dual strikes anyway, yeah. And then even if I didn't get 2 dual strikes there and he survived on 6, I could just have Cynthia get rid of him. The reason I did that first is so that when I'm standing here, I'm getting the bonus of Solidarity, which is going to give me an extra chance to crit. I would very much like to crit here. Didn't get it. It's a little bit sad, but we can adjust, we can adapt. We can give this one to Severa. I need a little bit of strength. Give strength. I gotta be a little bit careful because I'm getting close to like not having any actions left available. I might just have to let Libra take this one. I'm not sure. Can Henry get it? I'd rather give it to Henry if possible. Henry can actually get it with the Lisa pair up, which is good because we need these two to fight together anyway. This will also give me Hex and Anathema on these 2 enemies. He deals so much more damage with the Lisa pair up. Oh crap. I completely forgot that he had both defensive skills. This might be a forced reset due to horrible misplaying. No, this is gonna be fine. I can still get through this. We're gonna go here next. Okay. what I need to do next is I would like to get rid of this guy. Unfortunately, I can't be standing in the square that I want to be standing in. I might still be okay. So I would go here. If I use the silver lance, I could probably even do it with the steel lance. That's 46. Plus however much Chrom's gonna do. Let me see how much Chrom's gonna do. Chrom is going to be dealing 19 damage. 46 plus 19 is 65. Yeah, we got this kill. Be very careful not to trigger something that I don't want to trigger. Yeah, unfortunately I have to fight him in melee range. So this should be guaranteed. Or, I mean, just one dual strike. If something only requires one dual strike, I pretty much refer to it as guaranteed. Okay. So I'd like to move this pair up here as far north as possible, but there's no guarantee that I'll be able to do that. So what I have to do first is this. I'm going to have to rely on this pair. Actually, I think Longku might actually be the more reliable killer. I think Longku is actually more reliable here. I would go like this. Yeah, Longku gets this. In fact, I can probably even do it with my sword. I can do it with the iron sword, yes. We will also have Noe train her axe rank. And we can even do it with a regular iron sword. Pretty good chance to dodge this. Lethality, instant trigger, that's fun. I mean, it saved us a weapon charge. Arm scroll is nice. Alright, we're starting to be in a good position. I'm going to use your action to do this. I have to transfer you over. Switch. I'm going to use my second seal. I'm going to promote back into hero. I was thinking of long-term making Robin into a sorcerer Nosferatu tank. However, I'm having a lot more fun using Saria in that role, and with her in that role, I believe that the hero pair-up bonuses are more impactful. I almost wonder if Bone Knight might even be better. No, because I want this, like, the awesome thing about hero is that it gives speed and defense, which is just so good for Saria. So just keeping him in this class and just letting her, like, letting him continue to just give her speed and defense is just, like, fantastic. Even though she doesn't really need the strength, the speed and defense is the big thing. There's, like, it's very hard to get both speed and defense. Okay, and now this pair can go up here, so that next turn they can fly in and kill the boss. Is there anything else I can do this turn while I'm available? Sure, I'll unpair these two. Oops, wrong pair, but oh well. Back to level 1, yep. Yeah, it feels silly to remove positive luck for more reliable outcomes, especially when the reliable outcome is just like you always getting a game over. because Lunatic plus enemies are so deadly. Alright, so I should be able to fly in and kill this guy. If I'm not mistaken. Let me see what the matchup looks like. So I can do 28 damage, or 24 damage with a chance of critting, or 23 damage. So let's minimize our damage first. Let's say we were going to deal 23 damage. So this is a problem. We don't double him, but we can rally speed, so keep that in mind. 28 plus 23 would be 51. That would not be a kill. But 28 plus 28 would be 56, so then all we would need is one dual strike. Okay, so as long as we can get up here and rally her speed, she would have 39, yeah. She only needs one extra point of speed, so as long as we can reach her and rally speed, which we can. I'm going to wait on that. I'm going to wait on rally speed because I want to rally speed for my other units as well. I want them to be in position to intercept this guy right here on enemy phase. Because when we kill the boss, all of these other enemies are going to start moving. So we're going to have a group of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 to take care of. which is pretty similar in size to the groups we've already been taking. Hello, Ashley. Thank you for stopping by today. Hello, Big Boss. Thanks for being here. Hero parrot bonuses are great. Yeah, they are. How are you guys doing today? How's everybody doing? Are you doing wonderful? I hope so. I'm going to allow Long Ku to fight this guy. Because honestly, Long Ku is just going crazy for me right now. Should I use Long Ku? Yeah, let's use Long Ku. Using Long Ku is going to allow me to do something else that's pretty significant, which is that I can put Lisa next to him, so he gets the Lisa support bonus, while also getting the Anathema bonus from Henry, because this enemy is going to be 3 squares away from Henry, which is going to give us the benefit of Anathema, which is quite useful. I can also do this while I'm here. I can also get a support bonus from Robin, and I'll get bonus from Saria as well. Although I don't need her Anathema bonus because I already have Anathema from Henry. Go like this. Get my other units ready to just do whatever they need to do on the following turn. And then you are going to go up here. Long Ku doesn't need rally speed, I don't think. Let me check. 28 versus 30. You know, we have 10 extra speed. We do not need. We have no need for speed. Alright, so this is a more or less guaranteed kill. I could use the Silver Lance if I want to like truly guarantee it. However, I feel pretty confident just using the Steel Lance here. Just because I only need 1 dual strike from Crom. Which is like I said, more or less guaranteed. Like you can pretty much guarantee Crom dual strikes. The other good thing is this guy having the Levin Sword makes him really weak against Sumia. It's actually pretty fun. I like the fact that they made the boss of this chapter very weak against Sumia specifically, because this is, you know, her daughter's Paralogue. So you have to bring Sumia to this chapter. And she's here for her daughter, so the fact that she can kill the boss of this chapter is pretty cool. And we're going to split these two back up. Don't really need to, but I'll do it anyway. And then I'm going to dance for you, because you're the only staff user that I can reach. And I would like to heal this character. Ashley, you're doing good. You've been playing the updated Fire Emblem 4 translation. I just saw Danny was streaming that. I think was when was that? Wasn't that long ago. It was like maybe last night or the night before. Danny was streaming the new Fire Emblem 4 translation. I didn't check it because I was with somebody at the time. I don't really like to like pull up my phone and start like browsing YouTube when I'm hanging out with other people. So, but I saw that she was streaming it. I saw that Danny was streaming it, and it very much interested me. But I was not able to check it out at the time. How is the new translation? Is it any good? Starforce says Mama Bear Sumia is here to wreck this dude. Yeah, I mean she just goes in, destroys him. The cool thing is with the Crom dual strike, it's like both of her parents too. It's like her mom and dad came in to like beat the crap out of this guy. Okay, so this guy's quite dangerous. There is something you can do with enemies like this. If there's a very dangerous enemy in front, what you can do is remove the enemies behind them and then make it so that you only have to fight this one enemy on enemy phase. Or you can just let him come forward and then take him out on the following player phase. So I'm gonna go with that approach. I'm gonna try to remove the enemies that are behind this guy. This guy in particular is also gonna be a little bit problematic. I think we can set up a Long Ku. We can set up Long Ku to fight this guy. So I'm gonna go over here. I'm going to dance. He's going to deal 33 damage. I mean, we take that for days. So I'm just going to go like this. I'm just going to pull him this way, work on building Noe's axe rank, and then get rid of this guy on enemy phase. Even with Luna, this guy can only deal 33 damage at most, and we double and kill him, so he's not a threat to me at all. Okay, so what I'd like to do is get rid of this guy. Or this guy. It's going to be this one. This one we can deal with later. So we're gonna go probably Killer Bow. I'm gonna probably be needing to fish for crits here, unless we can kill him with the Beast Killer. In fact, we do pretty good damage with the Beast Killer, so we just need to make sure that Chrom can deal at least 10 damage. That's not enough. This is actually just enough, so we're going to use the Forged Silver Bow. So the Forged Silver Bow is going to do exactly 10 damage. So if we hit this guy with the Beast Killer, we're going to deal 60, and then we just need one Dual Strike to be able to deal 70 damage to this guy. If he hits us with Luna, we're going to take a lot of damage, but not enough to kill us. He can only deal 47 damage at most. Yeah, 35 it looks like, after our defenses. You don't have to calculate the enemy damage if you know that their max damage is less than your HP, because even with Luna, if they deal like, if they somehow reduce your defense to 0, you would still survive because your max HP would be higher than whatever their maximum attack is. We got pretty unlucky there. We were fairly likely to dodge that. We could potentially enemy phase this guy as well, however I don't want to do that. I think what I would like to do is, first I want to make sure that I'm not going to be in range of this guy. I feel like if I back up, I'm going to be in range of this guy. Because this guy goes way further than it looks like. He can go really far. He doesn't have pass, so the fact that he's currently blocked by Robin is making his range deceptive. The question is, can Robin fight this guy? 48. We can actually fight this guy pretty safely, in fact. Very safely. Let's do that. So we're going to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I want Robin to be standing here. Just like this. And that's going to allow us to see what the actual range of this enemy is. Now we're going to have to use a rescue staff here no matter what. Or we can use, yeah, hold on a second, we don't need a rescue staff. We can save a rescue staff by doing this. Transfer and then pair up. Now our units who can move just need to move. Hold on a second, I want to make sure that you can get out of here. Give her some more staff experience. Lisa can get out of there. Hold on a second, let me make sure these guys can get out too. Okay, this is going to be a little bit, it's getting a little bit precarious, but it's fine. We're still doing okay. So then we're going to send this group over here, and then we're going to drop Henry not into the enemy range, but behind us. This should be fine. So this enemy does have counter, but... oh, nice lethality trigger. This enemy does have counter, but Robin can fight them safely. Yeah, we're just not going to deal enough damage to kill ourselves, and we're just baiting in dual strikes from Saria to leave him alive on 2 HP, which is great, because now we can give that kill to either Lucina, or Cynthia, or someone else. And then we just need to get rid of these last 4 enemies, and we will be done with this map. And I have pretty long stream planned today, so I am going to be playing more chapters after I finish this one. I had a pretty good suspicion that I would beat this on my first attempt. Once you get this far into Lunatic Plus, it's pretty easy to consistently beat chapters on your first attempts. What does this guy have? A Beast Killer. Alright, we're going to go here. Nice crit. Get rid of him. Now we're going to go here. We're going to go like this. Can we kill him? Yes. Guaranteed. Ashley says the new Fire Emblem 4 translation is pretty good. It uses the official character and location names, but it also changes the script a lot and makes the info dumps at the beginning a little bit easier to follow. That sounds really useful. I kind of wish I had waited to play it until the new translation came out, but at this point I'm far enough into the game where I'm probably just going to stick with the translation that I'm already using. Is there any way we can set up a kill for Severa, perhaps? Well, let's not be too reckless. Let's try to make sure we're actually dealing as much damage as we can possibly deal. 13, 14, 10, 24. Can I survive a hit from him? 26. No, he's going to be dealing 45. 45 minus 9? We should survive this. Yeah. So now this guy has Hex and Anathema because Henry is standing right next to him. God, Lucina just does not hit hard enough to actually matter. It's sad, but it's just true. I don't see myself getting Sorry as a level 20. So we don't really need to focus too much on trying to get her experience or get her a kill. Maniacally Happy says, do I know if there is a way to play a patch ROM on original hardware? There is a Super Nintendo. It's like a special Super Nintendo. I don't know that much about it, but I've seen other streamers who've used it. It's like a real Super Nintendo, but like you can use like a real SNES controller on it, but it can be used to play ROMs. I honestly don't know exactly how it works. I don't even know what it's called, so I can't tell you too much information, but I know that it does exist. Yeah, Blank is giving me some good suggestions. I probably shouldn't say too much because the more that I say, I think like as a streamer, like I probably can't say anything that would make Nintendo get angry at me. So I'll just let you guys give your recommendations to each other and stay out of it. All right. 26. Can we handle this guy? Not with that crit chance, but we can remove that crit chance. There's a couple different ways to do it. In fact, this alone should probably work. In fact, this is a very good idea. Okay, so this doesn't remove the crit chance, but we're moving in the right direction. This is going to give us 2 chances to bait in a Beast Killer Dual Strike. I can Rally Luck. I think I want to do it here. No, I want to do it here. Yeah. With Rally Luck, the crit chance has been reduced to 1%. Can I reduce that any further? I think so. I need one character to be standing next to her. Let me go over here. I have to be very careful. This guy's going to be dealing a lot more damage than I think he is. He's going to be dealing 45 damage minus, you know, whatever I can remove from his damage. If I go for Rapier Dual Strikes, can I actually survive this? 45 minus 8 is 37. I actually die on 1. Well, no, because he has a sword. No, he has a lance equipped. So yeah, I will die. Is there any way to heal her? Garrett says anything setup related, ask in the chat. We degenerates will probably be able to answer, but Ellery will live in ignorance. I mean, I know some things, but I'm not allowed to say everything that I know. But I actually don't know that much about this particular subject. Alright. This is a little bit frustrating. What about here? Can this crew hit this side? Yes, in fact this crew is actually better at hitting this enemy. So let's do that. And we can still bait in Rapier Dual Strikes. We can't get crit. Nice. Very nice. Cool, some free experience for that group. Okay, what about here? How does this look? We're gonna be taking, 45 at most. We have 46 HP, so we're completely fine. We can hit him twice with an Iron Axe, get some good experience, potentially bait in Beast Killer dual strikes. So let's try for that. Beast Killer, nice. Very, 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 very nice. Okay. Now we have not that many decisions left to make. That's the wrong Falcon Knight. That's not who I thought it was. I thought I was so stupid. I thought Cynthia was here. That's Cordelia. I was gonna grab Cynthia and let her heal once, so I could get some staff experience. It's fine. Let's go like this. You can reach, right? Yeah. Okay, we can probably get this kill to Saria. We do still need her to continue getting stronger. Let's see. I don't really want to use Katarina's Bolt. I'm just gonna use Thunder here. I'm gonna bank on getting dual strikes. Yeah, this is fine. Dual strikes or crits. Vengeance doesn't matter here. Crit matters. Wings of Light, hello, welcome to the stream. Fire Emblem is so fun, I totally agree. I love Fire Emblem. 10 turns. We beat this chapter in just 10 turns. I got 9 turns on my my off-stream attempt, but I went a little bit slower here for just safety and making the stream more consistent and entertaining as well. Maybe. It actually might be more entertaining to watch me play recklessly and get game overs. Hello, Fluffy. You just joined the stream. It's impressive that I already almost cleared the map. Yeah, I got it done on the first try. That was exactly what I anticipated. I 100% thought that was how that was going to go. What I would like to do now is either use this chapter to start training Cynthia, or we could attempt this chapter here in order to get our Noire build. Hello, Cold Jolteon. Welcome to the stream. Hope you're doing great today. I hope Fluffy and Wings of Light are also doing great today. Where is she? So I want to figure out what skills I'm trying to pass down to her. Honestly, Solidarity is a pretty good one. Tomebreaker is also a pretty good one. But I think I would probably rather give her Anathema. And then something from Robin. I'm not sure what I'm going to pass down from Robin. Let me look at the enemy levels here. Enemy levels aren't really that scary. The big problem is there's just so many flyers, and like having a lot of flyers is very difficult to deal with. Like a lot of flyers and mounted units are pretty tough to deal with on Lunatic Plus. You typically want a little bit more of a level advantage. Like we can't go into this like just like evenly matched against these enemies, because they're going to be flying like over us and just like destroying us. I also don't. It's been a while since I played this chapter, so it's not like I didn't practice this one off stream, so I might not be ready for it. But the sooner we recruit her, the sooner we can start using her. So it's a pretty strong consideration. It's a pretty strong consideration to do this chapter next. Let's get our supports first. Cynthia, Crom, Cold Jolteon, you're doing pretty good. Ignis and Tome Fair. I don't have either of those skills, so I can't pass them down. But even if I could, Tome Fair would be good. Ignis would not be good. She's going to be a support unit, like a rear guard unit. She's going to be supporting Severa, so she's never going to be in the front, which means she would never be able to activate Ignis. So for characters in the back, they can't use proc skills. So we're definitely not going to be passing down a proc skill. I can say that much at least. Crom as a backpack bow unit is going to be great in this chapter, yeah. This is going to be another one where Sumia is really going to shine, or in fact, we could actually have Cynthia shine here by pairing up Crom with Cynthia. As long as she has enough speed to double the enemies, she could pretty reliably bait in dual strikes from her father, who will be able to one-shot enemies, and that's going to allow her to consistently trigger Gale Force. And Sumia can also use something like Arc Wind. The problem is most of the flying enemies have high resistance, so Arc Wind is not going to just be dealing very much damage. Let me look at my skills really quick. Where's Robin? Down here, okay. So let's see, Veteran, I don't know if you can pass down Veteran, actually, I'm not sure. Maybe you can. Honestly, if we could pass down Veteran, that might be the play. Patience is not going to be good, Soul's not going to be good, Axebreaker's not going to be good, Armstrift's not going to be good, so yeah, it's either Solidarity or Veteran. It's probably Solidarity. In fact, yeah, it's definitely Solidarity. What am I thinking? Solidarity will actually give +10 crit and +10 crit avoid to Severa when you're paired up with her, because the unit that you're paired up with counts as adjacent. So yeah, it's definitely Solidarity. And then we're going to be passing down Anathema, because this is going to give us an additional +10 crit and crit avoid. So between Solidarity and Anathema, she's going to have +20 crit and minus... and enemies are going to have... She's going to have an extra 20% chance to crit, and all enemies will have a minus 20% chance to crit against her. Specifically Severa, while Noire is paired up with her because of those two auras together. So that's going to make her into a very strong supporting character. Let me check and see if I need to restock anything. Fluffy, enjoy the wedding. Oh, you have a wedding to go to. I see. I actually didn't see your message. Sorry about that. I didn't see that one right away. Yeah, I hope you enjoy your wedding. On Lunatic Plus, are all the characters being early promoted at level 10, or is it possible to base level 20 before Master Sealing? I have definitely grown fond of sandbagging a little bit instead of early promoting. I think early promoting is very good in this game, but I also think that delayed promoting and even using second seals is better than I initially thought. If you go watch some of my earlier streams from earlier this year, when I was playing through the first couple of chapters, I was talking a lot about how you shouldn't ever really use a second seal unless you have like a really good plan in mind. But now I think, especially when you're in the early phase of the game, when you don't have as many master seals as you want, it can be worth it to just use second seals on specific characters in order to just let them gain like an extra 10 levels worth of stats before promoting them. A good example of this would be switching Lisa from Cleric into Troubadour, because it's just giving her 2 additional really good skills and 10 extra levels worth of stats before promoting her. Can we recruit Noire today? Yes or no? You guys are voting on whether or not I'm going to be able to clear this chapter. It's a pretty difficult chapter. I haven't practiced it, so we might be in a bad spot here, but I feel pretty confident. I think I can beat it. I think I have a good chance of beating it. Blank says that you can pass down veteran. Yeah, I wasn't sure at first, but then I was starting to lean towards thinking that you can. X says they like the idea of passing on veteran. Once again, the thing is that we're not going to be using her as a primary combat unit, so she's not going to be seeing much combat. She's not going to be gaining much experience to begin with. So veteran's not really going to help her. I mean, it could help her gain more levels than she would otherwise gain, but her levels are not going to be important. Solidarity is so much better in this case, because it's giving an extra 10 crit and an extra 10 crit avoid to the character that she is trying to support, which is important. Let me see if we have a good wind tome to give her. Elwind. Problem is I can't have all of these items equipped. In fact, I'm gonna give her Arcwind. I'm also gonna give her an Arcwind tome. In place of probably Ruin. Ruin is kind of a meme. It's very fun to use, but it's not like the most important thing. I think her having Arcwind is gonna be important. You should be fine. We need our bow users to be on the top of their game. Lonku probably wants a... What he really wants is a steel bow, but he wants one with full charges. I'm gonna go like this. I'm gonna go buy a steel bow and then I'm gonna restock him. No, he's fine as is. Cordelia's fine. Robin's fine. Zarya's fine. These two should be fine for now. 6 damage. This is better. Yeah, that's 12 damage. I need to hurry up and get her to level 10. She's really starting to frustrate me with how slow she's leveling up. She's not getting the experience that she needs to be able to contribute, and because she can't contribute, she can't get experience. Because she can't get experience, she can't contribute. It's just an endless feedback loop. And if I had gotten her to Bow Knight or Sniper already, she would be able to help a lot in this chapter, and she can't because she just can't use her bow yet. Severa should be fine with her current loadout, I think. Don't see any issues with this. And then Cynthia, is there anything that she can pick up that she doesn't already have? Not really. Probably should give her a better staff. What I should do is give her one of these heal staffs that have a lot of charges, like this one. Let's go with this one. And then give Lisa the mend staff that she was using before. Who has the physics staff? Actually, nobody has the physics. Oh no, sorry. She has a physics staff, but I think I would give him a physics staff as well. Yeah, okay. We should have our prep done. I don't know what tonics I'm going to need or anything like that, so this might take a couple of attempts to figure out our tonic situation. So let me make sure I got the right skills onto her. Yes, Solidarity and Anathema, perfect. Okay, we're going to take a few attempts to figure out our tonic situation. Before that, let me start putting units in forward positions for units that I know I'm going to be using. Probably want you up here. This is fine. Save, and I'm going to take another bathroom break because I've been drinking so much water this morning. I have to use the bathroom again. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Blank agrees that Anathema and Solidarity is better in this case. X says they never used Saria before, so they never play this Paralogue, so this will be really cool to watch. That's actually really interesting. I think she's probably one of the more commonly used units, but yeah, this Paralogue is a nightmare, honestly. This is probably one of my least favorite ones. I'm not a huge fan of chapters that have too many flyers and mounted units coming at you from multiple directions. It's just... it kind of, like, when you're fighting on multiple fronts, it's not that bad as long as the enemies don't have like too much mobility. But in situations like this, like these enemies right here, there's nothing you can do about these enemies. They're just going to fly over this river, and then they're going to be able to cover like this entire island, and your units are not going to have any safe places to stand. It's just frustrating. It's like overwhelming, but not in a fun way to me personally. Cold Jolteon says it's weird seeing Sniper Crom. I've talked enough about how great Sniper Crom is, unfortunately. If you want to know my thoughts on it, you'll probably have to, I don't know if I've actually talked about it explicitly in any of my guide videos, but I've talked about it in a lot of the previous streams. Yeah, Garrett's kind of going over it. I've talked about it enough. Like, at this point, like, other people in chat can explain it for me. Let's see. Yeah, Sniper Crom is very strong though. The Birthright Boat chapter is one that's like that. Yeah, honestly, that one's not that bad though, because you can summon the cyclones to slow down the flyers. Have I made a video about Sniper Crom yet? No, I have not. I'm very slow at editing videos. Takes me a long time. The only reason we've been getting so many videos recently is because Spin started helping me with editing, and he is just like a lifesaver. He's just completely revolutionized the channel. Like, the channel would not be publishing as many videos as it is right now if it was not for Spin's contribution. So everybody thank him. You used to think Sari and Henry were bad, but then you were probably using them wrong. Yeah, they're definitely both good in different ways. Henry's not as good of a primary unit, but he's still very good as a supporter. Saria is very good as a supporter, but she can also be very good as a primary. Hit plus 20 also makes dual strikes more accurate. Dual strikes with a bow is just like one of the most epic things. And the fact that Sniper is a high skill class, so they land dual strikes more consistently, and then Crom himself also has dual strike plus, there's just so many things that make it work very well. And then you can also switch him over to Bow Knight later on after he gets Bowfair. But getting Bowfair as soon as possible, in my opinion, is the most important thing. But yeah, this is a good example of why I said that a veteran wouldn't really help that much on Noire, because if you look at this, Crom has been fighting as a sniper for a very long time. He's still only level 9. Like, he's not getting to level 15 anytime soon, and it's just going to be the same for her. Like, she's just going to be occasionally landing dual strikes. She's not going to be gaining much experience. She's going to be hovering from like Sniper 1 to like Sniper 9 for probably the rest of the game. In fact, I could probably very strongly consider even putting her into Bow Knight. We'll have to think about that. Garrett says I should work on the Sniper Crom video. I might work on it soon. I want to do the Lisa video next. I think Lisa video is going to be next. Next Friday there's going to be another stream highlight that was edited by Spin. This one's really good, by the way. He's really been improving his editing. And then the Friday after that, if I can, is going to be the Lisa video. So I'd like to do a couple weeks of like video releases in a row. It's been a while since I've done so. I kind of started to fall behind on my editing again, but we'll see what happens. All right, so this map is just a nightmare. There's honestly, I'll be 100% honest. I have not solved this map yet, so we are going to be seeing me going through the struggle of trying to figure out this map in real time, and hopefully this leads to a very nice, long, informative stream, which ends with me conquering the map. But worst case scenario, it's going to end with some failed attempts and then me eventually getting tired of it. So we'll see which happens. Look at the range on these guys. It's just insane. Like, you can't make a map where you're fighting on multiple fronts with guys who have this much range. Like, it's bigger than the DS screen can cover. Like, you can't even see their entire range because it's bigger than the screen. And then also having flyers on top of that, like, it's just absurd. It's just bad. It's a bad idea. They should not have done this. All right, this guy, we want to draw him out and hit him at 2 range. This guy, we would also like to draw him out and fight him at 2 range, but unfortunately, I don't know how these guys are going to behave. I don't know if they're going to, because if this guy moves into 1 range to attack with his sword, he's going to be triggering counter. You know what? This is a good time to test. This is a good time to test that. Let's see what their attack power is going to be. 50 plus Luna. 100 damage with Luna. Where's Robin? We're going to be taking 100 minus 29 minus 14. We're going to be taking 57 damage here. So we need some kind of something that's going to give us. Well, we'll use Nosferatu first, just because I'm just testing something anyway. So this is a test. This is not like an actual attempt. I'm just going up here. I want to see something. If I stand here, is this guy going to attack me with his sword, or is he going to use his bow? Okay, they use their bows. Very, very important to know that. That is extremely important information. You have to know when enemies have 2 range and 1 range weapons equipped, which one are they going to use? Because because there are many ones, especially berserkers, will typically use their axes. I think the reason he's doing this is because bows have more damage than swords do. So we can use a very similar opener to what we just used, but without wasting Libra's action. And potentially setting up Saria to fight multiple enemies as well. So we're going to go like this. We need to get a good start that's going to give us good momentum, so we're going to use our Nosferatu tank on turn 1. Typically, just like front-loaded Risk, one of the best times to use your Nosferatu tank is on turn 1, because it allows you to clear as many enemies as possible in the opening rush, and then you only have to clean up smaller groups of enemies. I would also potentially like to see... I probably should have waited a little bit. I probably should have waited and checked to see which enemies move on turn 1 and which ones like wait and move later. Alright, so we're gonna go up here. I'm going to dance for you. Alright, let's see how many enemies we can clear out. So we're gonna have 100 damage minus Luna. We already know we can tank that. What about this guy? This guy has counter, and also he has Aegis Plus, so that's not going to be the play. So I'm going to go here. I'm wondering if I should just use Thunder instead of Nosferatu. I'm going to use Nosferatu because I actually want her to be self-sustaining, because I need her to keep moving forward. I need her to get up here. Hopefully sooner rather than later. I could also just rescue her, I'm pretty sure. She is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12... 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. If I can get like 36 magic, I can rescue her from pretty far away. Yeah, I actually have enough. I actually can rescue her. I'm pretty sure I can rescue her right now. If not, I'm like 1 tile away. Yeah, I'm probably 1 tile away. Because I should be able to rescue her from here. Hold on a second, let me open the map. Okay, let me see. I think it shows my rescue range when I go up here. Oh, I'm not as close as I thought it. Well, hold on a second. I would have to do it from like this position. Switch, staff, rescue. Okay, I'm two tiles away. So we'll just rescue her next turn. The other thing you can check is, well, hold on, I'm not gonna aggro the enemies on the left. I'm gonna see if they aggro on their own. So let's just focus everything on. I also wanted to do. Where is? I messed up. I forgot to deploy Cynthia, so we're gonna have to reset anyway. But let's just theoretically play out like what we would do on turn 1. Something like this. Get ready to intercept the flyers. Keep the rest of our units kind of down in the bottom left. And then we would have Cynthia up here as well. Okay, let's see what happens. I might want to unequip Robin here to make sure I get the most Nosferatu healing. No, because I need Robin's dual strikes. Wow, that's pretty surprising. You almost never fail to get dual strikes there. Okay, it looks like all the enemies are aggressive on turn 1. So we should be setting up in such a way that allows us to clear as many enemies as possible on both the left side and the top side. In fact, it might even be a good idea to send Saria this way. I'm not sure. Well, we have to figure out who's going to be a good character to tank on this side. The problem is we only really have 1 tank available. Severa is not really ready. She's not yet at the point where she can tank effectively. Especially because her parrot partner is up here. It's not been recruited yet. Hello, Hannah Peterson. Thank you for stopping by. That is so many flyers. You are so right about that. When I got up to use the bathroom, I refilled my water, but then I left it sitting in the other room. I'm going to go grab my water really quick, because I badly need some water. And I'm back. I told you I'd be right back this time. Oh, this stupid cord moved in the way in the screen. I have this cord that's attached to my second keyboard. And it always moves on its own. I don't know why. It just like naturally drifts into the position where it blocks the chat. So I have to keep moving it out of the way so I can read chat. Yeah, there are so many flyers. They're so aggressive. Aggressive might be an understatement, says Cold Jolteon. This reminds me of like Chapter 2 or Chapter 5, where you just have like an opening rush of enemies that's impossible to deal with. I'm going to reset one more time really quick. We're going to deploy Cynthia, because the whole point of this stream is that we were recruiting and training Cynthia, which I forgot to do. So we're going to probably drop Cordelia, replace her with Cynthia. The problem is we do lose rally speed here, so I might check to see if there's somebody, like possibly Libra, that I could bench for a chapter. I think I could probably bench Libra for a chapter, I think. Bench Libra, send Cordelia out. And then we can also give, does everyone have a rescue staff? Yes, but I can do this. I can trade the 4-use rescue staff for the 1-use. Trade that. So yeah, so Cordelia, Cynthia, and Lisa will be our rescue staff users, and then Libra can spend a turn, one battle on the bench. Especially because he doesn't have he's not really like a supporter for anybody. He kind of has a little bit of the problem that we talked about with Anna, not in the sense that he doesn't support with characters, just in the fact that I have not been supporting him with characters. So because he doesn't have any support ranks with anybody, he is not that useful to send into battle. It's better to send in alternate characters if we can. In fact, in the long run, I might actually just keep Cordelia on my main roster and permanently bench Libra. The difference is that Libra has a much better rescue staff range, though, so that is one consideration. All right, another thing I would like to do is, now that we know that we can reach and rescue Noire, I'm going to attempt to do that. In fact, I can even possibly do it in such a way that will allow me to... Yes, I'm coming up with ideas. I'm coming up with very clever ideas. I'm coming up with ideas that make me feel like I'm smart. Okay. You go over here. I think I can... I have a really good feeling about this. The only thing I'm scared of is this group on the left. I'm just not really sure what to do about this group on the left. Is there any way? Yes, there actually is. Okay, hold on. I have a really good opener in mind. This opener is going to be really sick. I'm going to use this as my first quote-unquote real attempt. However, keep in mind we haven't used any tonics or anything like that, so we don't really know what any of our stat benchmarks are going to be. So most likely what's going to happen is we're going to run into a couple of cases where we leave enemies alive, like on 1 HP or 2 HP, and then on the next attempt we'll correct for that. What I'd like to do now is this. I'm going to pair up here. I'm going to rally move from this position. Excuse me, pair up Lone Coup here. Now this should allow Cynthia to fly in and reach this guy. Unfortunately, Crom is not going to be doing that much damage, no. Okay, I was kind of being stupid. I had this whole thing planned out, but then I just remembered that I was getting hyped about the effective damage against these guys, but I don't have effective damage against these guys, so even if I can dual strike with Crom, it's not really going to matter that much. Alright, so here's the other smart thing I had planned out, which this one actually is very smart. So I'm going to go like this. I'm going to go here. Going to rescue. How am I still not close enough? This is crazy. Where is she? She's over here. Okay, hold on. If this still doesn't reach, I don't know what I'm going to do. Okay, finally. Just barely reach her from right here. And I'm going to go like this. This allows us to do essentially what we were already doing, but we can also... Oh, we can't recruit her. Why can't we recruit her? Crom has to do it? Oh, God. This is so stupid. Why can't she recruit her? Well, guess we're doing this. Crom can't recruit her either? How do you recruit her? Hold on a second. It's been way too long since I played this chapter the last time. Wow. I have no idea how to recruit this character. Let me bring up the Fire Emblem wiki. Someone's probably already answering the question in chat, but I want to look it up on the wiki anyway. I'm blown away by the fact that I have no idea how to recruit this character. Is she one of the ones that you just have to keep alive or something? I don't know. I swear I've recruited her before. I just don't know how to do it. Chapter name is... Is it A Shot in the Dark? Yes. Oh, she automatically becomes playable on turn 2. Okay. This is tricky because I actually didn't I didn't get an inventory ready for her. All right, let me do this then. If she's automatically going to be, I knew that I had recruited her before, so I was getting very concerned about the fact that I was like not able to recruit her. The thing is, you can't recruit her. You can only wait, and she recruits herself on turn 2. Fire Emblem 6 moment, is that a thing in Fire Emblem 6? Let me see. Oh, this guy rolled counter and Aegis again. All right, either way, we've got her in a much better position. I feel a lot more confident in our ability to make use of her on the next turn. Let's do this. I wonder if Silver Lance. He rolled counter and Aegis. Okay. I can't fight anything on player phase right now because all of the enemies just have like way too much of just like everything. They just have everything that they need to destroy me. Should heal us back to full. You can't recruit Clarine. She recruits herself by talking to Roy on her own terms. Ah, I see. Yeah, I remember that now that you mention it. Alright, maybe what we should do is... God, this is brutal. I can't tell if this group started moving or not. But either way, I'm considering the idea of moving over this bridge and going this way. If we can take out all 4 of these enemies, we open up a lot of free real estate. We can also grab these enemies on the way by. We could potentially have our Gale Force users take them out. Let me see how much damage Chrom does to this guy. So he's going to have 14 times 3. That's a lot of damage. 42 plus 23. He's going to have 65 damage against these guys who have 18 defense. Minus 18 is 47. So if I can deal 11 damage with Cynthia... Okay. I can do it, but it's pretty unlikely. I don't think I can really afford to use Cynthia here. I really wanted to pair up Chrom and Cynthia and have them fight together to take out enemies, but... God. Cynthia's just so weak. Hello, Cell. Welcome to the stream. You just joined. How's the current chapter going? It's going pretty well. Well... Sorry, actually, I completely misspoke. The previous chapter, the one that I planned for, went really well. Now we're kind of just winging it and trying to just do stuff on stream, just so that we don't, do nothing on stream. And this one's not going as well. Alright, if we can get rid of this guy, it will be very nice. I just don't see how we're going to do that without having to use this strategy. How much damage does she do to them? Probably a lot. Problem is she gets doubled by them. Yeah. So she really needs to... If we're going to be using her, we need to do it like this way. And then bait in attacks from Long Ku. But the Long Ku dual strikes are not really guaranteed. It's not great. Also, she did not be... Oh, she is playable, okay. And she got a steel bow somehow. What I should have done was put her 1 square away from Chrom. Or, sorry, 2 squares away from Chrom. I'm gonna do that next time. I don't think this attempt's going anywhere. I'm just kind of thinking about what I want to do next time to make my attempt better. I could put her like here. That way Noire can access the convoy and then pair up with Severa. As it is now, she can't do that. Like... Ugh. What does Arcwind do against this guy? It does like nothing, of course, because they have insane resistance stats. We go Beast Killer. I mean, we already know that Chrom is going to annihilate these guys if he touches them. Wow, I can't double these guys with Sumia. That's a problem. This is a huge problem for consistency. Would a Speed Tonic do it? 39. 41. I think a Speed Tonic would allow us to double these guys. I think it's going to be very important to use a Speed Tonic here. It's specifically for the ones that roll... Yeah, for the ones that roll speed +2, we need a Speed Tonic to offset the speed +2. That's exactly what's going on here. I can actually do this with Silver Lance, right? As long as Chrom strikes. Honestly, I need to not waste these forged Silver Lance charges. 46, yeah, this is gonna be enough. We're gonna take some damage, but this is gonna free up some more real estate. Should be a lot more, yeah. That frees up a lot more territory. Fortunately, I don't actually see how we could possibly get rid of all 4 of these guys. We might need to retreat into the bottom right corner a little bit. But if we do that, it was just like, we're getting nowhere. This guy encounter is a little bit of a problem, but we can actually... Okay, hold on a second. Can we take these attacks? 47 plus 50 plus 49. 1 Luna. That's going to be minus 29, minus 29, minus 14. We're going to take 74 damage, offset by Nosferatu. Our Nosferatu accuracy is not very good either. Man, this is a brutal chapter. Honestly, the enemies just saw like a massive power spike. That was massive. Okay, that helps a lot. So Saria should be able to hold this position for 1 turn and either clear or severely weaken these 3 enemies. Problem is we need to get our other characters out of range of them, or like just within range of them. Also, I think Sumia's in a really bad spot now. If we're gonna have to rescue her anyway, I think before I rescue her, I should take out a dangerous enemy. Which should be this guy. Because he has counter. Yes. Hello Kyle, welcome to the stream. Married Saria, instant sub. You have good taste, my friend. What you did on regular Lunatic was to remove each group 1 at a time. I think with the flyers in the middle, you just enemy phase them, but that's going to be a lot tougher on Lunatic Plus. Yeah, I think so. Clutch it up next time, says Alpha C. I'm going to do my best. Milton says you hope that we can recruit Noire today as well. Yeah, me too. We'll see. It's just going to depend on how quickly I'm able to solve this map, and if we can figure out a good strategy. and how often I stop to just drink water instead of playing the game. Alright. Honestly, I mean, at this point, you guys are probably used to it. I play the game very slowly. I stop to think a lot. I stop to read chat a lot. I stop to drink water a lot. It's just the way it goes. This guy with the spear. I'm sure Lonku can take him. But if Lonku's in front, it's going to mean No, he's not in front. And we kind of really want Noe in front. What's his speed? 27. She's going to have 25. She won't get doubled. She can stand like here with a hand axe. I'm pretty sure this is safe. Okay, let's get our rescue done next. Pull you back over. Now let's also make sure that everyone else remaining can actually get out of here safely. God, these enemies are so scary. The enemies on this map are terrifying. Okay. This works here. Chrome is here now. So we want you to go, okay, this is fine. We want you to go here. Convoy. Oh, that killer bow has no charges whatsoever. It's a master seal. I'm actually just going to put this killer bow away. I'm going to take the one that Crom has. Okay, and then I'm going to promote. Let me go to Sereen's Forest really quick. I think I want Bow Knight more than I want Sniper. Because she's never going to get Bow Fair. She's not going to get to level 15 before the end of the campaign. So the question is, which class is going to have better pair-up bonuses? And I think the +1 move from Bow Knight is going to be more important than anything I can get from Sniper. So Sniper will be +3 strength, +3 skill, +2 defense. That's pretty good. Bow Knight's going to be +3 skill, +3 speed, and +1 move. Strength and defense are pretty good, but honestly, speed and move are like both very important. I'm going to go with Bow Knight. I think Bow Knight's going to be better. And if I change my mind later, then I don't know. So these two actually do have a support. I actually didn't know that before I started doing research for specifically like this stream. Or not this stream, but it was like a couple streams ago when people voted that they wanted me to use these characters. You know what I mean. You can mend. Get some free experience. And then Olivia. Dance for this pair. Honestly, her stats are pretty good. For a level 1 Bow Knight, that's pretty solid. Alright, let's see. Unfortunately, I just don't think anyone is capable of enemy phasing this guy just because he has counter. I mean, we're gonna have 31 speed. We're not gonna double him, right? No, we're not gonna double him. He's not gonna double us. Okay. 54 minus 18 is 36 damage. That's a lot of damage. No, we're gonna do more than 10 counter damage to ourselves. This is not gonna work. All right, let's just try this for now. I think we kind of boxed ourselves into a corner, but let's play it out, see what happens. That guy moved into 1 range, by the way. We might have just... I don't know why he did that. The other ones were all going into 2 range. That one guy specifically chose to go into 1 range. Oh, I left Lisa in his range. That was bad. I was trying to bait him with Long Q. I accidentally put Lisa in his range. which sucks because also it means Longhu didn't get rid of him, which we needed Longhu to get rid of him. Alright, the good thing is... Okay, so this group up here is not moving. They're probably going to start moving on a certain turn, but they're not moving right now. In fact, hold on a second. I just had the tab open. Let me open the tab back up. Shot in the dark. Shot from the dark. I'm going to find out when these enemies start moving. That's really important information. I hear dogs barking outside, by the way. Turn 3. Turn 4. Turn 4. Okay, so I think these enemies are going to start moving on turn 4. These enemies up here are going to start moving on turn 4, which I believe is... Actually, I think we have a little bit of time. Alright, so if we can get our units up here, we can start moving in this direction. This might be just what we need to get out of here safely. Can she use a beast killer? I might need to give her a beast killer. That would be a very good idea. I don't know why she's not holding one. And in fact, yeah, Cordelia has it. It'd be so nice if Cynthia had it right now. Alright, so if I go like this... God, these guys have so much defense and resistance. And he has a spear. And he's gonna deal 49 damage, minus a little bit. I think we survive here. Can I get this guy with the beast killer? I can guarantee the kill with the beast killer. I can pretty much guarantee it with the steel lance. I need to make sure Crom's gonna be dealing enough damage. Once again, these guys have so much defense. It's crazy. I know, use silver bow charges. The problem is the enemy's stats are so inflated right now. The only way I can fight them safely is by relying on my strongest units. But it's not allowing me to train my other units that I really want to train. Alright, so this should be close to guaranteed. I just need one dual strike. Yeah, there you go. Now I can fly back and attack this guy. And even if I don't kill him, it's actually fine. So I'm gonna do this. It's unbelievable that I can't double these guys, by the way. Okay, that's good. That chips him down. As I said, she wasn't going to be a good primary combat unit. I'm immediately seeing her value as a bow user. Just the fact that she can hold a bow just makes her incredible. I still think the aura skills are better, though. Okay. This is tricky. I'm pretty sure I can rescue her over the water like this. Then she can rescue Olivia. Then Olivia can dance for whoever I need. Alright, we're in a pretty good position. We might actually beat this chapter on this attempt. This really shows off what I was trying to explain before about how once you get all of your good tools, like once you get your rescue stabs, once you get like Gale Force and like all that good stuff, like you can beat Lunatic Plus chapters on the first attempt without even checking for enemy skills, without even resetting. Even this, like we went in pretty scuffed. Like if this pair right here just had a speed tonic, like the consistency would be like double what it is right now. And even without that, we're still pretty cleanly like clearing out these groups. Yes, we're having to rely on our strongest units, but that's like the only downside to playing without planning things out. Like if we were planning things out, we could be getting even more experience on our less good units. This guy right here is such a... Oh my god, he's a nightmare. I have no idea how to get rid of this guy. There's just nothing I can do about him. Interesting. Pretty sure Longu can't walk on water, though. He has overlap with someone else. Is it the Spear guy? Yes. Okay, Spear has Aegis. This guy does... They both have Aegis as well. Oh my god. So even if I use Nosferatu, I can't get any... I can get healing, but not a lot of healing off of these guys because they both have Aegis. I'm going to deal a ton of damage, and I'm going to deal counter damage to myself because of this guy having the exact skill that counters me. Bow Knight over Sniper. Yeah, I was weighing the pros and cons. I think +1 move and extra speed is going to be more useful for Severa. Garrett says Lunatic Plus is easy once you clear the early chapters and you have a few well-trained units, which I wouldn't say. I wouldn't go as far as to say that it's easy, but it's not as impossible as people think it is. Yeah, this is still clearable, but like this guy right here is the biggest problem. If the one enemy who's in the exact lead position didn't have the worst possible combination of skills, I could at least enemy phase and clear out 2 more enemies this turn. But because I can't do that, I'm going to be a full turn behind a momentum, which means next turn, these guys are going to be rushing at me while I'm still trying to clear out this group. So it's going to be it's going to be a lot worse than it could be. This is worth immense stuff. Okay, so on turn 4 now, the remaining enemies are going to start moving. Yeah, this just doesn't work. It doesn't work with this guy in the lead. We got really screwed over by this guy's RNG. He literally has everything that he possibly needs to counter us as severely. We can't even kill him with the Beast Killer, because if we hit him with the Beast Killer, we're going to kill ourselves. We're going to deal 33 damage to ourselves. He's going to deal 30. That's 63. There's just nothing we can do about this guy. There's just absolutely nothing. He has the perfect build to counter every single one of our characters. I mean, we can do this. Even this isn't great because his resistance is so high. And he has Aegis. Oh my god. Ugh. Hold on a second. I can do this. This is like the one thing that I can do, and like this is not even a lot of damage. I'm basically just banking on crits and dual strikes here. Of which we got. We need a crit and a dual strike on that. Another one Aegis encounter. Another one Aegis. Another one Aegis and Pavis. Another one Aegis and Pavis, okay. Guys, I hate Aegis and Pavis so much. Blank says, aside from chapters 5 and 6, Lunatic Plus is balanced surprisingly well for full deployment play. You know, I want to say something here. It's not going to be... It's going to come across a certain way that I don't particularly want to sound, but, you know, I spent years reading every single Fire Emblem forum, checking YouTube, looking for guides, looking for discussions, looking in Fire Emblem Discord servers, and I have never seen a single person ever talk about Lunatic Plus as a playable game mode until after I made my guides. And now, like, ever since I published my guides, now there's like so many people, and obviously, the goal of me publishing those videos was to change people's opinion and to get people to realize that the game mode is playable and it's not as hard as people think. But the way people talk about it now is like everyone talks about it like they always knew. Like everyone, like, now that I've said that it's playable and like tried and shown people how to do it, now everybody is talking about it like they've always been able to do it. Like, all these people who can play Lunatic, like all these Lunatic Plus experts just appeared out of thin air, but only after I made my guide videos. Like, people saying that Lunatic Plus is easy in chat right now, like, that's crazy. Like, nobody has ever said that. For the past 10 years, nobody has ever said Lunatic Plus is easy. This is unfortunate, yeah, this is a really unfortunate outcome. Awakening Fates and Three Houses introduce skills which allow for some of the most powerful enemy-faced characters you've ever seen. More true in Three Houses, but Awakening allows for a lot of hard carries. I think Awakening has some pretty broken enemy-faced builds. I prayed, RNG answered. I mean, you know, we have pretty high crit and dual strike chances. Alright. I can't get rid of any of these enemies because they have a perfect combination of skills. I guess this one right here, I can maybe deal some damage to. He has counter, right? Yeah, I can't deal with him because he has counter. I can't deal with him. I can maybe get rid of him. But then that doesn't solve the problem of this guy. This guy has the same exact build as the last one that was a problem for us. So it just, it's like, doesn't... I can get rid of this guy. I mean, it's better than nothing. Possibly even deal with the Steel Lance. 46. Plus 14. $46 plus 14 is 60. That's actually not enough. I just have to use the Beast Killer anyway. Cell says kudos to Ellery for making Lunatic Plus a way impossible to beat. Yeah, it's just that everyone wants to like act like they're an expert now. But like nobody knew any of this. Like, nobody knew any of this information for like 10 years, and now everyone, like, now, not everyone, but now, like, I see people acting like they've known it all along, and it's crazy to see that. The goalpost always moves. You notice this often happens in sports very often, some more than others. It's true, yeah. It's like I accomplished my goal of educating people on the game mode. It's just I wish people didn't come into my streams and talk to me about like try to give me advice on how to play the game. That I like taught them how to play. There are a lot of people who played Awakening as teenagers. They've grown up and probably feel more passionate about it as compared to the Fire Emblem 7 boomers. I mean, I'm definitely a boomer myself. I'm old. Garrett says, you speak the truth. You lurk on GameFAQs, more recently on Discord. Your cousin and you challenge each other to solve Awakening maps, and a lot of the drunken nights were spent playing Lunatic Plus. It's just so hard. It takes hours, like hours and hours and hours. It probably took me like, I don't even want to say how many hours to like to even just figure out like one map at a time, and like slowly, and then like once you've solved enough of the maps, you start to get ideas of like general strategies of what works, like to play through the game from start to finish. The same thing kind of happened with Zoran too. Like, once Zoran like started making like really detailed information about fates and making that information more widely accessible, people also started to like, everyone started to become an expert on Fates gameplay. Whereas, I mean, I won't say, but the big difference is that like before there like already was a lot of like knowledge and information about Fates, because Fates doesn't have an almost unplayable Lunatic Plus mode. The Lunatic Plus thing is like the really big one that like everyone just wrote off as being completely unplayable. Alright. We have to like blow through more rescue stabs here. That's the problem, is we're just burning through so many rescue stabs, just trying to keep our characters away from these enemies that are still going to overrun us because we don't have the offensive power to defeat them. If I had a Beast Killer here, this might be doable. That's like a hard maybe. Rapier doesn't even do good damage. Her strength is like so crappy. Who has the Beast Killer now? You? Alright, I'm gonna call this attempt. I'm gonna say this attempt is over. I wanna reset. Before that, I wanna do some testing. I can do good damage with the Beast Killer, but I can't actually kill these guys. What about this guy? Closer, but still pretty tough without getting like really specific dual strike luck. This is brutal, guys. This is brutal. I have a Forged Beast Killer in the convoy too. Alright. Hello, Poochiebert. Thanks for stopping by today. Whenever you guys play D&D, after the campaign finished, you load up Awakening and then run strategies together. You introduced your youngest cousin to Fire Emblem by doing that? Really? Sounds fun. Alright. So there was a tonic that we needed to give. It was Sumia. She needs a speed tonic. This is going to counteract enemy falcons who roll the speed +1 skill. In fact, we're going to have to go buy some tonics. Let's go buy some tonics. And if we don't have a Forged Beast Killer, we need to forge one for Cynthia. Oh, we got barracks. X says Birthright is very underrated, and playing in Lunatic is easy. That game definitely needs Lunatic Plus. More of the enemies have no skills in Birthright. Yeah, I like Birthright. I think it's a fun game. Wow, Cynthia's really short. Alright, let's go buy some tonics. I forget where the tonics that I want are. That's the big problem. The speed tonic is like somewhere, it's like way over here somewhere. Magic and resistance. Probably it's being blocked by an enemy, if I had to guess. No, okay, it's not blocked. Do I need a steel sword or a hammer? No, not really.
Oh, come on in.
Alright, let me buy a few speed tonics. I should also, I said I was going to buy, I think, a steel bow. Where? I thought I just saw a steel bow. Here it is.
What can I fix you with?
Alright, let me check the Beast Killer situation. The Forged Beast Killer is currently not occupied by anybody, so I can use that. That's going to be 33 damage, plus my strength score. And that means I can also pass one of the other Beast Killers back to her. I'll restock my javelins too, just in case. I don't think she's going to be doing much fighting from now on. She's just going to be using stabs and rally speed. Was there anything else that I needed to do? I need to be more careful about Cromp's positioning on the next attempt. Yeah, Lucina's strength is very low. It's because her parents' strength, they're both low, so she didn't inherit very much, and then her strength growth and bases aren't really that great either. Garrett's talking about a mod for Birthright that balances the difficulty to be closer to Conquest. I actually like the Birthright difficulty more than the Conquest difficulty. Definitely a hot take, but if anybody saw like some of my recent Conquest streams, I get really frustrated with the difficulty in Conquest. I think it's designed in a way. The way I explained it is that it oftentimes like tries to trick the player, which is just not that fun for me. Whereas Birthright feels more straightforward. It's actually Birthright's difficulty is pretty similar to Awakening's difficulty, which probably explains why people like Conquest more than Birthright, because people typically like Fate's Conquest more than Awakening. Hello Draconis, thank you for coming to the stream today. How are you doing? Hope you're having a wonderful day. Puchibert says today is an angry Ellery stream. I'm not angry. Sometimes I sound angry when I'm not actually angry. It's just an observation, just making observations. Alright, let's try to get back the opener that we had before. So we had Saria here, Olivia here. Most of the other positions actually didn't really matter. Garrett says they like Conquest difficulty. Yeah. The thing is, like, if you asked me like 4 years ago, I would have said that I like Fates more than Awakening. Although I probably still would have put Birthright a little bit above Conquest. But now, like, my opinion has completely changed. Like, I'm so much more, like, all in on Awakening. Oh, I see what you're talking about. Yeah, that Conquest stream. I don't think I was angry during that stream either, though. I was just kind of ranting about like my game design opinions. You think Birthright Chapter 21 tries to trick you? I don't know chapters by number, so you'd have to like tell me which chapter it is. Draconis is playing some game that I don't know what game you're talking about. Some missions in HSR. I don't know what HSR is. Stream in chapter 12. Yeah. A lot of people just started chatting. Hold on a second. Milton says you can't make a judgment on that as you never finished any of the Fire Emblem 14 routes on any difficulties, and your only attempts were more than half a decade ago. I don't like the UI as much in Fates, which is like a big thing. It just like it's one of those small things that you wouldn't think makes a big difference, but it just slowly like starts to wear down on you. Like every 30 seconds, you're looking at a different UI element, and it's not as good as the Awakening UI. So it just like constantly reminding you. Milton, let's see, sorry, blank. My problem with Fates in general is that unlike Awakening, it can be too easy to find 100% consistent strategies, which kind of takes the fun out of the game. Yeah, so like some people for them, like they find the most fun out of, you know, finding those 100% consistent strategies, which is great for them. All right, I think this opener should be good. I'm gonna go like this. I'm gonna go here. Draconis is asking me how does Millie's setup work. So I'm using VMagic Mirror on my laptop with my webcam on my laptop. I have it set up so that if she's using my laptop with VMagic Mirror and the webcam, it just like tracks her face and moves around. It can't read lips or anything like that. So what I did, I set it up so that I have a virtual audio cable on the laptop as well, and that detects noise from the speech software that she's using. So whenever the speech software picks up her voice, it plays sound, and then the audio cable detects the sound, and then VMagic Mirror detects the sound coming from the audio cable, and that causes her lips to move. And then VMagic Mirror just tracks her movements, like whenever she's moving around. What's really funny is I have to keep moving. I have to keep pushing the chair closer to the desk for her, because whenever she moves back, the webcam stops tracking her face because it's too far away from her face. So I have to keep pushing. I keep pushing the chair forward during the stream, which you guys can't see me doing that, but it's pretty funny. And then the model I made, I can't remember the name of the software that I used the model, but if you can use any software that you can use to make VRM models, which are 3D models, those work in VMagic Mirror. Which, by the way, I would definitely like some experience making more models and making more costumes and things like that. So if I figure out anybody that I know really well, like a friend of mine, or somebody that I know will like use the model, like actually use the model, I definitely feel like I would offer to make models for other people as well. Millie really likes the one that I made for her, especially the updated costume. She likes the updated costume a lot more. But I want to practice making costumes or making models and costumes for other people. HSR is Honkai Star Rail. Okay, I don't really play any gacha games. It's just not my style. Alright. These guys. For once, this guy finally doesn't have counter, which means I might be able to enemy phase him. Let me do some math. We're going to have 50 plus 50 plus 54 plus 54. That's 154. Minus 29, minus 29, minus 14. That's 82. Excuse me. With Nosferatu healing. We're getting like 30 Nosferatu healing. We should be fine here. The scary part is this guy right here. It's going to be attacking us with Luna Plus and Aegis. So he not only is he the one that's going to be dealing the most damage, but he's also the one that we're going to be getting the least amount of healing from. So depending on when he attacks in the turn order, it could end badly for us. But there's unfortunately not much we can do about that. Alright. Yeah, if you know anybody who wants like a 3D model, specifically like a VRM 3D model, I can't do live 2D, I can only do VRMs. But if you know anybody who is interested in that, I can't fight that guy. I can fight this one though. Let me do that then. Let me fight this one. But yeah, if you know anybody, let me know. But I really want to limit myself because I don't have that much free time You know what I mean? Like, I really don't have that much free time to just make free models for people and give them away. But if it's somebody who I know is going to use it, and especially if it's somebody that I like, if it's like a friend of mine or if it's just somebody that I like, I would definitely be inclined to make a model for somebody based on whatever notes they give me. Like if they give me some ideas, and then it would be really cool to see them use it for streaming as well. Gareth says Fates is more polished over Awakening. Really, that's a very interesting opinion. I do see that repeated a lot. People think that maybe the gameplay in Fates, it's definitely more deterministic. But the interesting thing about Fates is that it's actually a very unpolished game. If you really look at it, Fates is actually a pretty unpolished game. It has a lot of elements that are, yeah. Like the story and support conversations especially feel very unfinished. There's just like a lot of content that feels unfinished. All right, so we want you to be like, so we're gonna want, hold on a second. She can move to that. She can move to that square. So we want you here, and I want you here. That's going to work out for the following turn. Now for my other units, I actually want to move them further to the right this time, because I'm realizing that escaping across the bridge is going to be the most important thing. Escaping over the bridge is going to be more important than whatever I was trying to do before. Don't like this setup, but I'm going to have to do this. Alright, so let's see. We should be guaranteed to survive here. As long as the guy with Luna and Aegis doesn't... Okay, Vengeance really helps there, because that's going to give us more damage, which is going to give us more healing. That's going to guarantee our survival against the other guy. I also specifically unequipped Robin so that I wouldn't dual strike, so that Saria would get more healing. Unfortunately, we ended up missing an attack, so it kind of didn't really work out the way I wanted. But, okay, so I'd like to start chipping away at these flyers and then getting ready to fight on the bridge. And then staying out of range of these enemies. I think those are our goals for this turn. First, I'm going to go here. I'm going to go to the convoy. I'm going to get my Master Seal. I'm going to get my steel bow. No, I have a steel bow already. That's not what I needed. I needed a bronze sword. And then the forged wolf bow. Then I'm going to take Crom's killer bow, because he doesn't really need it. Then I'm going to pair up with Severa. Perfect. Okay, she can deal good damage with her Forged Beast Killer, assuming she can hit her attacks. Which is not as easy to do as you might imagine. She can almost kill this guy. I wonder if she can do it with the Lucina pair up. Does she get +2 strength? She does. Interesting. We can actually kill this guy. We've actually got 2 chances to kill him. He might kill us though if we miss. So we kind of need this to hit, probably. Either way. Oh, nice. Aether proc. Yeah, people are kind of arguing now about whether Awakening or Fates is more polished. I really think Awakening actually has a lot more polish than people give it credit for. It's an extremely underrated game. Let's be real. Awakening is an extremely underrated game. People so often write it off, talk about how the maps, like, oh, there's no thought put into the maps, how the game is like unpolished, how there's bad design, and it's crazy because there's so many cases where I can find instances where there's specific things on maps that make so much sense that it obviously proves that the maps were planned out. Like, they were designed with specific things in mind, like Stall always surviving one attack, even on Lunatic Plus, even if the enemy rolls Luna Plus and Hawkeye against the very first enemy that he'll ever fight on his join chapter. Like, that's obviously planned. Like that would not happen by coincidence. Like, there's no way that would just happen by coincidence. This guy's Lancebreaker, that's kind of scary. He's an axe user anyway, though, so I probably wouldn't have been using lances on him to begin with. We can hit him for 46 damage, 42 damage. Arc Wind. Problem is these two have overlapping ranges, so we really want to get rid of one of these two first. Can I get rid of him with Arc Wind? Well, how much bow damage are we doing? 51. Yeah, all we need is just one bow dual strike. I can even just fish with Javelin here. Let's do this. Yes. This is the way. Garrett's asking if this is the first time we've seen enemy rallies. No, it's not. They use them in previous chapters. We've seen it a lot. I can't remember when the first time is. It might be chapter 5. It's pretty early. That was a loud motorcycle, by the way. Draconis says they like Fates because Noire, but yeah, Awakening is factual, the better game with more thought and polish in it, and you can't physically get yourself to play Awakening. I mean, everyone has their own opinions, and everyone has their own preferences about which games they like better, which ones they like think are designed better, and things like that. So, I don't know. I'm not saying my opinion is definitive. I'm just giving my opinion. Tricky's asking how's the run going. It's going pretty well. Interesting. If I kill this guy right now, I could potentially enemy phase these two enemies. I didn't think about doing that last time. The problem is I'm going to take 24 plus 20, actually more than 26 damage. 24 plus, oh, that's way too much damage. 50. If this guy didn't have Luna, I might be able to do it. 24 plus 26, that's 50. Yeah, I would actually be able to do it if this guy didn't have Luna plus. I could just kill this guy right now and then enemy phase these two. It's not going to be an option anymore. I can potentially... Fortunately, I'm not dealing enough damage. Lucina is just not dealing the damage that she needs to deal. It's really getting frustrating for me. Even with effective weaponry, she's just not hitting enemies hard enough. And the Fliers moved into different positions this time as well. Yeah, they cover the entire map. They start moving immediately and they just cover the entire map. There's like nothing you can do on this map. It's extremely overwhelming. This is my least favorite map in the game, I would have to say. Blank says this is underrated despite being a financial success. Yeah, it is kind of weird. I mean, it's not exactly that. I don't know if underrated is the right word, but people just like don't really give it credit. People very often just write this game off. You like the music and character design better in Fates? Yeah, see, that's like a completely subjective thing. Like there's yeah, like that's totally valid. Alright, so we've triggered Gale Force already. Our remaining Gale Force users are Lucina, who's just not going to trigger it because she can't kill anything. And I mean that's basically it. The enemies moving into completely different positions really kind of hecked me over there. Because now, I mean, I could do something like this. I want my sword back now. Oh, don't do that. I could do something like this just to heal back up. And then potentially enemy phase. Problem is now I have 4 enemies that I have to enemy phase, and I haven't checked to see if any of the problematic ones have counter. No. This one's 2 range, this one's 2 range. This one can't reach me. I might be able to take these 4. It's dubious, especially if these guys inexplicably move into 1 range, which enemies in this game are known to do. I can escape without using a rescue staff. That's really good. And I can also pull an enemy away, but because these two have overlapping ranges, it's not the best idea. Maybe I do this. Javelin. Problem is that if his health is too low, Sari's not going to get much healing off of him. She's not going to get much healing off of him anyway. Come to think of it. This is almost a moment where I wish I still had that killer bow. Can I get out without using rescue? No. Okay, I have to rescue anyway. So let's do it this way. Let's get rid of the enemy who's going to cause the biggest problem for Saria. Okay, that's it. That is his real attack range this time. I'm not going to confuse myself and accidentally fail. And leave Lisa in his range. Now I can actually, not only did I get rid of one enemy, but I can actually pull another one away with Lonku. Possibly two. No, I won't be able to do two, but I can do one. I can pull this enemy off with Lonku. Go here. For some reason he's paired up with a unit that I don't want him to be paired up with. I don't know how or why that happened. I have no idea how that happened. Oh, that's my other Gale Force user too. Okay, that's where she was. Oh, of course, yeah, no. She came over here. She used Lonku to escape. I'm crazy. I completely forgot about something that I just did moments ago. Can these two get away? Yes, they can. Alright, let's do this. We're gonna promote. We're gonna do Bow Knight again. I'm liking the idea of Bow Knight here. Like I said, she's never going to reach Bowfair by the end of the game, I don't think. I don't think she's going to get to level 15. So with that in mind, the +1 movement and the extra speed from the pair-up, I think is more useful for what Severo wants to do. I could be wrong about that. Honestly, Hero's a great pair-up class as well. Alright, sorry, Sniper's a great pair-up class as well. So it's definitely a tough call. Cell says that Awakening is what saved the Fire Emblem franchise. One of the ideas was to go to Mars. Is that real or is that a meme? If that's real, that is pretty funny. Alright, go here. Transfer her over. Dance. Perfect. Alright. Now we just need to put you over here. Alright, this should be fine. So this guy, interesting. Okay, he went after Sari instead of Lonku. Probably because Lonku is just like a dodge king. That's scary. Oh, that miss is gonna hurt us. That guard might have helped. I don't know if that guy was gonna deal 29 damage to us though, so we're probably fine. In fact, I'd be very surprised if that guy was gonna deal 29 damage. Okay. We're in a much better position this time. Now, instead of having like 4 enemies up here, we just have 2 enemies, and then a bunch of enemies down here. But we can. Oh, of course, this guy in the lead. As you might suspect, he got exactly counter and Aegis again. We're gonna do our best to play around that. In fact, I can definitely use Lonku to play around that. What about his buddies? Do they look just as scary? Yep, this one's got counter and Aegis as well. Alright, that's fine. We'll get rid of this guy while we can. Wish I had a killer bow. Who has it? Can she get... Oh. What can she do? Definitely not as much, okay. She can actually go up here. No, hold on. I need to give this to Lucina. I need to give kills to Lucina whenever I can because she is so far behind on levels. And her combat is so bad. Unfortunately, she's not that really likely to hit. What happens if she misses? She'll be fine. Hello, Vivi Coley. Welcome to the stream. Thanks for stopping by today. How are you doing today? Blank says if they made a sci-fi setting, Fire Emblem with mechs and spacecrafts, it would actually be pretty cool. Yeah, that'd actually be pretty cool. I don't think Advance Wars is really comparable to Fire Emblem. People bring it up sometimes, especially when this subject comes up. I don't think Advance Wars is comparable to Fire Emblem. Now, if I had been smart, I would have put Cordelia into a better position so that she could carry Olivia away. Now we're gonna have to do something else for Olivia. We're gonna have to rescue her probably. If we're gonna have to rescue her anyway, then I'm gonna do this. I really wish I could get a killer bow here, though. It's too bad. What weapon does he have? Silver lance. Okay. Oh, I can do a killer axe. Okay, so we got chances for dual strikes, chances for killer axe crits, chances for lethality to trigger. Got none of those things. Great, fantastic, phenomenal, wonderful, beautiful. So now instead of rescuing Lonku, we dance for Lonku and then we can rescue Olivia. We need a Gale Force unit to get rid of this character. Good thing is we've got Sumia available and she is actually very well suited to getting rid of this specific enemy. Like so. Okay, can Lonku get to safety? He can. Oh, now unfortunately... No, hold on, I can do what I did last time. Rescue her over the water first. Yes, and then use her to rescue Olivia further. And that paladin activates Aegis 126% of the time. Welcome to the stream, Snow Warning. Cell says it's actually true. The Fire Emblem on Mars thing is actually true. That's crazy. Yeah, I don't think Advance Wars and Fire Emblem have that much in common. Alright, so I can pull Olivia back to safety. I'm a little bit worried what happens when I move Sumia, so I'm actually just going to put her like up here. Yeah, see, I knew the enemy range was going to expand. Lonku can move right to the edge of his range, which I kind of don't want. Problem is, there's nothing else I can do though. This guy just barely reaches with a silver bow. Who can I put in front of him? I put Saria in front of him. Put Saria here. I have to deal with a counter though, right? Counter in Aegis, yeah, of course. Of course. Of course. I need somebody who can one-shot that character. That's what I need. 49 damage. Minus 26. 23. This is insane, guys. This is insane. He's below half health and I don't have a single character who's capable of one-shotting him. Like, come on. Like, really? It's a little bit excessive. Like, the enemies are a little bit overtuned in this chapter, I think. A little bit overtuned. The problem is not only are they high level, but they also have like some of the best classes, like Paladin, Bow Knight, Griffin Knight, Falcon Knight. These are all like the best, some of the best classes in the game. And then they're just coming at you in swarms from all sides. Interesting. Okay, hold on. So this square is only threatened by that guy. For some reason, I thought there was two enemies with overlapping ranges. No, the problem is him having counter. The problem is him having counter. Can Noe one-shot him? Pretty close. Pretty close. Hold on a second. I might be able to do something here. What's the total damage here? If we use the steel axe. 25 plus 31, I think that's, yeah, that's lethal. I can't find a good solution to this guy. He just has like slightly too much HP. I can't use a strength tonic because I can't get one into her hands. Can I? 1, 2. Actually can. You know what? I'm gonna do it. Gotta be very careful about what I put into the convoy, though. Now, Noe can stand here. With the glass axe equipped and a strength tonic, she should one-shot this guy, and she won't take any counter damage. Exact lethal, by the way. Definitely using a strength tonic on Noe on the next attempt, if we have to start over again. Cell asks if there are motorcycles going by my house because they're hearing loud noises in the background. Yes, there are always motorcycles going by my house. It happens all day long, every single day. It's annoying. It's very frustrating. I hate the fact that this happens, especially when I'm trying to stream, but there is unfortunately nothing I can do about it. And I would rather stream with annoying background noise than not stream at all. So that's what I have chosen to do. Alright. Where's Cynthia? Cynthia's here. 22, this is 44. If I can get a dual strike here, I can set up a kill. Let me move Saria first. What does he have? A silver sword. I'll get a silver sword of my own. Nice. Okay, one down. Then we're gonna go here. Now with the benefit of Hex and Anathema, we should have much better accuracy. Yes. Now I don't want to give this kill to Cynthia, and there's a reason why. I want to use Lucina. She's not guaranteed to get the kill. She did get it. That wasn't guaranteed, but we had chances for crits, chances for Aether, chances for dual strikes. Any of those things would have happened. The reason I did this is because when you have a pair of units like this, where you have a footlocked unit and a flyer who both have Gale Force, it's better to trigger Gale Force on the footlocked unit first, and then trigger Gale Force on the flyer, because then the flyer can fly away and reposition as much as they need to. Now, unfortunately, I'm not sure if I can actually get a kill with Cynthia. I would need to be able to reach these guys, which is going to be tough. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, I'd have to get rid of both of these guys. I can definitely get rid of at least one of them. I use the silver bow. Pair up. Neither one of them is like a character that I actually want to fight. I can use the Beast Killer against this one. I guess. It's not really that great. Both of them have Pavis, by the way. I might not be able to do anything with Lucina other than just run away. This guy's a million problems. I wonder if Long Q can get rid of him. Probably not, because he has exactly Aegis. He's a spear user. Once again, I have chances for crits, dual strikes, and lethality. Got the crit. Based. Alright. That helps significantly because it means we can enemy phase this guy now, which that just opens up a million possibilities that were not possible before. Being able to enemy phase this guy really changes like everything. Alright, we're gonna have these two go in and take out, I think, this one, because he's gonna be a problem next turn if he's still alive. Can we do it with the Silver Lance? Honestly, I think the Beast Killer is actually better. I think this is fine. It might be a waste of Beast Killer charges, but it's fine. Cell says that sucks. Actually, it's not even just motorcycles driving by. There's actually a convention. I'm exaggerating a little bit, but there's literally people who park their motorcycles right outside my house and just rev them like all day long. It's absolutely insane. Well, what's actually funny is they don't actually do it all day long. They do it as soon as I start streaming, and then they stop like after I'm done streaming. It's crazy, but it sounds insane, but it's actually true. Like that's pretty much what they do. Okay. This guy has 8 movement. I have 6 movement. I should be able to get away. If I stand here, I have the Beast Killer equipped. For some reason, he can still reach me. Why is that? I don't know. He just can, apparently. Even though I had 6 movement and I was 3 tiles away from him. Cool. I can just body block, though, right? Well, no, because then if I body block, that leaves me in range of this one. Okay, well, here's the question. Can I survive against him? I probably can. I can probably just survive against him, actually. I don't need to worry about rescuing to safety, because I just survive. Right? 54. Minus 16. That's 38 damage. Yeah, we just survive. The AI is enemy facing. Snow Warning says it would be cool if you could stack activated skills for increased activation chance. Oh, you mean like equipping Luna twice and then having like 2 times as likely to spawn, because that'd be pretty cool. Garrett says they were playing Fire Emblem 7 Lex version a couple of days ago, and they used Anchor. They used the Anchor term that I came up with. That's awesome. Blank says they're here to specifically annoy me and annoy chat. I used to get more annoyed by it. If you watch some of the older streams from like a couple months ago, it really annoyed me. Now it doesn't annoy me as much. I just kind of laugh about it and joke about it. You like the Gale Force sisters pair up thematically, sweeping the battlefield how their mother taught them. Yeah, they just need a little bit more offensive power. Right now, Lucina can't quite hit hard enough, and Cynthia like needs effective weapons to be able to kill things. Once they level up a little bit more and they're actually able to consistently kill things, this core right here is going to be extremely useful. And honestly, they're already doing way more than Cordelia was doing in the same deployment slot. Cordelia was like barely able to kill anything, and she also couldn't trigger Gale Force. Now I have 2 units who can kill things and can trigger Gale Force. So, it's a pretty big difference there. I wonder if I can just kill the remaining 3 enemies. I wonder if I should have done that instead. Because I feel like I can actually kill these 3 enemies if I have to. Like, you guys hear that, right? Like, that's absolute insanity. Like, that's crazy. It's nuts. I can trade Nosferatu into her hands and then kill this guy. That dual strike did not do as much damage as I thought it was going to do. But luckily we got 2 dual strikes, so we just got bailed out by good luck. Okay, so this archer can attack Crom or Saria. This guy can only attack Saria or Cynthia. Actually, I don't think he can even reach Cynthia anymore, so we just bailed Cynthia out. Lunko, unfortunately, is still in danger. The next question is what to do with this guy. I think I will use Severa. So we can deal okay chip damage. And then sword versus sword matchup. I mean, he can hit us way harder than we hit him. That's not the point. The point is just to draw him away so that he doesn't attack Saria. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 here. You are going to have a silver sword equipped. If I equip the superior edge, he'll probably ignore me, which is not what I want. Then I'm going to rescue Lonk. This position. I gotta be careful, I'm running low on rescue stabs. I need to restock soon. You can heal Lonku. And you can dance for Cynthia. So that Cynthia can move over here. Alright, let's see what happens. Went for Severa. We triggered Soul, that's so funny. We healed for 2 damage. That's fine, all we wanted to do was just pull him out of position and distract him. So that we can give the kill to somebody else next turn and Saria doesn't steal all the experience. Okay, now we've got a couple of enemy groups left, but there aren't as many overlapping enemy ranges and things like that. I would say these guys are a little bit scary, but the bigger problem is actually these ones. We really want to deal with them in a way where we're not getting run over and pushed into this corner, because if we do, the enemies will be able to fly over the river and attack us from any angle they want, and we will not be able to. Draconis says you can hear it and it sounds good. It's not annoying. Garrett says we should impose a stream rule. Every time we hear a motorcycle outside, we should hit the like button. I like that idea. That's a fun idea. Garrett says they're also a biker and they like the sound of a good engine. Awesome. I guess everything works out for the best. The most common pair-ups for Snow Warning are couples, which makes the sibling, parent, child, and best friend pair-up stand out more narratively. Yeah, so the thing about the S-rank pairing is extremely powerful. It is by far the most powerful thing you can do, because it gives an extra bonus to dual strikes that you won't get from the A support. But the good thing is that in situations like this where we can't get an S support, like we just don't have any S support available for Severa anyway. Like there's nobody she can S support with. So being able to get an A support just kind of like is the next best thing. And it does give all of the same stat bonuses. It just has a slightly lower dual strike and dual guard chance. Which, by the way, these two are not siblings. They just have a support chain, which I've never read before, so we're probably going to read it on stream. Okay, while we're here, let's do this. Go for Killer Bow crits, I think. And dual strikes. We didn't get any of the stuff that we wanted. Well, we did get a crit, but it wasn't enough damage. And then I'm going to dance for her. I'm going to do it again. This time I'm going to use the steel bow. No, I'm going to use the... Yeah, no, I'm going to use the steel bow. Chip her down a little bit more. That should allow potentially Cynthia to get a Beast Killer shot in. Can I double him? I can. That means I can also kill him. I have to use the Forged Beast Killer to do it, though. Actually, I could probably do it with a regular Beast Killer. Let me do this. These two are badly in need of healing. Hold on a second. How much damage am I going to lose? 9. Versus 11. I'm going to lose 6 damage. I should still be able to do it. Yeah. Nice, got Aether. This also triggers Gale Force. Alright, we need to do some healing now. Can you heal her to full? Yes, you can. Fortunately, I don't think we can set up any... yeah, we can. We can do something with Lonku here. Silver Axe. Silver Lance, Silver Axe. Unfortunately, these two overlap, so we probably can't do that. But we should be able to fight... I don't know, actually, he has counter. That's scary. Honestly... He's gonna have... Around 110 hit. I have 68 avoid. He's gonna have a less than 50% chance to hit us. I don't know what the exact chance is gonna be though. I can't get close enough to check the combat forecast either. It's gonna be 150 minus 68, but then also minus the weapon triangle adjustment, which is gonna be massive. That's gonna be a huge difference. I just don't know exactly what it is. It's just too complicated to calculate. Sorry that I'm mumbling a lot. Yeah, it really is. It's like they know when I'm gonna stream and they start revving their engines. It's crazy. I mean, honestly, they do it when I'm not streaming too, though. It's just like, it's really funny that they absolutely start being really loud as soon as I start streaming. No warning says, Garrett, you're one of the bikers driving around in front of Ellery's place. I would love it if Lunku could fight this guy. I don't know what my chance of dodging him is. All right, well, let's see, 52 minus 16 minus 8 is 28 damage. And then we're gonna deal 47 minus 23, that's 24. 28 plus 24 is 52. That will kill us, right? Yeah, we'll die if we get hit. I'm just gonna unpair. This attempt has potential, but things are falling apart really fast because we couldn't get any momentum this turn. We had to spend an entire turn just standing here doing nothing, and that's just, you just can't do that. Like, you can't just spend an entire turn just doing nothing. I can at least do this. Oh my god, this is crazy. Even with effective damage, I don't kill this guy. I have to use the Bolt Bow. Fine. I think the enemies can't go over this wall. I think they have to go around it, if I'm not mistaken. It's like a very weird specific thing, this wall. They can't go over it. But like a lot of the walls in the game you can go over, so it's really strange. Like a lot of obstacles and walls you can't go over, but it's still like this wall. The walls in this chapter specifically, the enemies can't fly over. Which means we could start retreating in this direction, but I don't like the forests. Alright, let's get rid of the enemies who have counter. I can Arc Wind here and Steel Bow. Now I have an idea. I think I can use Cynthia here. This guy's got a lot of speed. They rallied speed for him. They rallied speed for him, that's why. Oh, they all have counter. Well then, so much for getting rid of the ones with counter only. Typical Lunatic Plus moment. As long as we can clean up these flyers before the other mounted units arrive, we might be okay. Let me try this. It's worth a shot. We're basically just trying for a 50-50 for a Crom dual strike here. This was a bad plan. This is not going to work. And even if Crom gets the dual strike, it's not going to kill the enemy anyway. Yeah. I mean, we did get a lot of free damage there. That's something, I guess. Honestly, if we can get Lucina. She can get this kill, which she can. She now triggers Gale Force, now she can run back. Yes. Okay. She will get overrun by this enemy. Not if I do this. Perfect. Now all we have to do is rescue Cynthia to safety. Gotta be very careful. This is my last rescue staff. For Lisa. I have them in the hands of the other characters, so I can just trade them over. Oh yeah, yeah, you guys are talking about Fire Emblem 6 and 7 and the relationship between the two generations. I think yeah, I think that's a really appealing, really cool idea, and it was implemented very well between those games. Even though it's actually pretty interesting because they specifically do not have like direct connections to each other, and yet the idea still feels like it was implemented very well, which is quite cool. I need somebody who will hit this guy for a small amount of damage and then try to bait in a dual strike. I could do this. If I can get Chrom back, which I can. Oh, this is actually perfect. It works out perfectly. So if I go like this, transfer Chrom over, I keep Arcwind equipped. Chrom uses the Silver Bow because I want to one-shot this guy. I'm also going to rally movement. It might help getting characters to safety. Okay, now I need to get all of my other characters behind this position, or I can move them down. Okay, this is his real movement range. It's not going to change when I move my units. That's good to know. That information in mind, I can do this. Scary thing is that once I move Olivia, that's when the situation's going to change. Yeah. That opens up the square where Sumia can be attacked, which is fine. That's what we wanted. We can actually put Cordelia next to her. I don't remember if they support with each other. Maybe they do. It looks like a C support. And then, I don't know, we'll just put Chrom. So we'll put Robin just like over here. It doesn't really matter. Alright, let's see what happens. Now we shouldn't be able to kill ourselves with counter damage. Yeah, we deal very, very minor counter damage to ourselves. But the enemy takes a ton of damage from Chrom's dual strike. Those beautiful sniper dual strikes. Snow Warning says they don't mind Engage, but they would have liked more of a Three Houses or Three Hopes type sequel. There was a lot of world building and character work, but not enough space to really do it justice. I think Awakening also does a very good job of connecting the two generations, which is probably one of the better qualities about it. Alright, so if we can remove these flyers and then set up to fight these guys. Now the tricky part is that these guys have gotten close enough now, their range is overlapping with the flyers. So whoever removes the flyers needs to be able to do it from positions where they're not getting, not getting swarmed by the flyers immediately afterwards. I'm gonna have to rally speed here. I hope I can double this guy now. Yes, I can. Okay, I can kill this guy over the wall. Archers are so good. It's crazy that I was planning on specifically using her only as like a backpack unit, but just the mere fact that she can use a bow makes her worth rotating into the lead pretty consistently. Let me go this way with Long Q. That will allow me to get rid of this one. Unfortunately, this is tricky because if I get into a spot where I can shoot him with my bow, I'll have to leave myself in range of another enemy, which I think will be this one. Is that okay? Maybe. That's like a maybe. Like maybe we can do that in the end if we have to. I just don't see a better way of getting rid of this specific enemy unless actually hold on a second. This is probably the way. Beast Killer here. 47. God, I just cannot double these guys. Did I miss the rally speed or something? No, she got the rally speed. It's just this guy is so fast. I still can't double him. I mean, what do I do in that case? I just go after a slower enemy first? Yeah. But am I guaranteed to kill a slow enemy? Yes, I can kill them with Arc Wind. This one doesn't have speed +2, but he does have counter, so I can't fight him with the Beast Killer anyway. God, what do I do in this situation? I guess if I'm playing for dual strikes anyway, I should do this. Hold on a second. That's in range of this guy, though, right? Yes. But I can fight that guy, so it doesn't really matter. Alright, so if I trigger a dual strike here, I should kill this enemy and then trigger Gale Force, which will allow me to reposition. Yes, okay. That's great. Now Lonk can fight from this position, which is much better. Wow. Really? Nice dual strike. If we didn't get that, we could have just given the kill to Cynthia, so it's fine. I mean, I've said it enough times already. The enemies in this chapter are so overtuned. It's absolutely unbelievable. Look at this matchup. Look at this matchup. Like, that's crazy. I'm holding an effective weapon. I have weapon triangle advantage. Like, this map is nuts. They did not need to make it this way. They did not need to make it this way. I'm going to play for no crit here. I'll probably get it. Didn't get it. That's great. That means we can give this kill to one of these characters. Possibly you. Seems to be the case. He will hit me first because of Vantage. It's fine though, I can take the hit. Get the kill, run away. She needs this experience badly. She's desperately in need of stats. My bronze bow in here? Yes, it is. No, it's not. That's somebody else's bronze bow. Where did my bronze bow go? Somebody's holding it. I must have given it to somebody, but I don't know who. It is not you. You don't have it. Who the heck has my bronze bow? I have no idea where it went. I'm guessing it got moved at... Oh, here it is. Sorry, it has it. It got moved when I was doing the... when I was passing around the strength tonic. I want to go left, but I'm going to have to go right so I can get my bronze bow back. I think this is worth a concoction, because I don't know for sure that I can get back up to full health. Yeah. I can't even get there even with the concoction. Alright. If this is the case, maybe we enemy phase this guy. I actually don't want to kill him, so I'm gonna put you in the lead. What weapon does he have? A sword? Okay. I'm gonna go like this. I don't think I'll kill him, but even if I do, it's fine. But if I don't, it's great. And then... I think we're pretty good. Separate these two, and then separate these two. Nice guard. Nice dual strike, that's great. We left him on low HP, that means we can get the kill to Lucina. Or Severa. Severa's kind of needing some kills too, right? I mean, they're pretty much equally in need of kills. Severa's getting more experience. Well, because Severa's a lower level, it'll be easier to train her in the Morgan Paralogue, so it might be better to give this to Lucina, unless Lucina can actually get a kill on like one of these guys, which I sort of doubt. But hold on, I might be able to do it with this pair up. Let me go like this. Rally. This group. Then I'm gonna go here. I think if I remember correctly, I could definitely kill him with a Beast Killer. Yeah. So what about this with the Rapier? This might be good. This might work. Okay, let me move Robin first. So I get the benefits of Solidarity, so I have better chances to crit. Should be able to get this kill. Yeah. So the thing about Lucina is her offense is like deceptively always better than you think it is, because of the fact that she has Aether. All right. Can we get a better accuracy here? I don't. It's not worth the superior edge charge. I'll just go for it. Alright, now this enemy is the last one left, but he is not going to be as easy to remove as you might imagine, because these enemies are absolute tanks. Doesn't have anything that really threatens me. I can just do this. Get a little bit of lance rank training. And chip damage. And experience on Noire. Garrett says, one of the issues with experience yields is you almost always end up relying on 1 or 2 units. So typically if you have like, if you're planning less, if you're doing less planning, you'll end up in situations where you're like feeding all of the kills to a small number of units. But the more you're willing to plan things out, the easier it is to spread out the experience and all that good stuff. Can Lucina get this kill? It might be possible. Can she survive an attack? Yes. Let's go for it. Yeah, see, you're getting those Aether procs. They really help accelerate her offense beyond what you would imagine it is. In this case, this should be fine. I don't think any of the remaining enemies will move until I aggro them. The problem is the last enemy group has linked AI. This used to be a huge problem for me in the past. It's not as big of a problem anymore. I have discovered and developed ways to play around enemy groups with linked AI that allow you to kind of start the battle on your own terms, which is what we're going to be seeing fairly shortly here. I'm also going to get some good staff experience onto her. Spend a few turns getting some staff experience and making sure all my units are on full HP, because this last fight is not free at all. This last fight's actually pretty tough. I think I'm actually going to fly around and heal everybody with Cynthia as many turns as it takes. Before I do that, let me go take another bathroom break. I will be right back. Alpha C, oh, hold on a second, I'll catch up on chat before I go. Alpha C asks if I'm close to winning. We're pretty close to winning. All we have to do is dismantle this last group, but this last group is very, very tough. And they can fly over these rubble, by the way, so it's very different. Like these walls over here, the enemies can't fly over, but these walls over here, the enemies can fly over. It's very strange, but we can use that to our advantage. We can fly over these walls too. So we're gonna try out a couple of different methods that we can use to approach this group, aggro them, and then fight them as much as we can on player phase. On enemy phase, and then try to kill all of them on the following player phase if we can, or at least reposition for like another enemy phase sweep. Garrett says this is a good run. Yeah, this is a really good run. Snow Warning says Lucina's trying her best with all the good level ups and the Aether crits. Yeah, I mean she's stronger than you would imagine, but she's still a little bit underwhelming, to be honest. I never really feel like Lucina performs as well as I want her to. She just kind of has like a specific combination of traits that make her make her potential feel a little bit low. Alpha C says good luck, thank you. I'm gonna need all that luck when I go to the bathroom right now. Alright, we are getting so close to being done with this chapter. We just have to be smart about it. And on that note, let's give this shiny spot to probably Lucina. Where is she? She is here in the back, right? Yeah, 74. That would actually be a great shiny spot. Unfortunately, because these walls block off everything, I have to go all the way around. Alright, hold on. There's going to be some extreme sandbagging going on here. I'm just warning you guys right now. If you don't like sandbagging, just avert your eyes. Because this is going to be disgusting. This is going to be some of the worst sandbagging you've ever seen. Alright, everyone's pretty much healed up to full. Look at this. Cynthia is so easy to train. She's already almost level 5. This is incredible. Let me go here. Click rally move. Alright, which way is faster? I'm actually not sure. I'm just going to go this way. Click and turn. I have to fly all the way over here, get this shiny spot. Click and turn. Alright, we're hoping for experience. Weapon rank is good. If we pick up a cool item, fine. Innis bow, that's actually pretty good. Yeah, it's actually very good. We're looking for B rank weapons right now. We're at the stage in the game where we're very much looking for B rank weapons. Alright, now we have to start moving our other units into like good positions. Let me see who else still needs healing. I'm absolutely going to get as much staff experience as I can right now. On Cynthia, I want to get her to level 5 so we can get rally speed. These characters need healing. You're fine. You need healing. You can get healed. You're fine. You are fine. And you should be fine, yeah. Garrett's gonna take their dog for a walk. Enjoy your walk, my friend. I went on a walk right before the stream. I got up super early this morning. Laid back down for like an hour or two. Went out for breakfast. And then came back, exercised, and then I went back out again just to go for a walk. They could have made the wall, the ruin walls a bit taller because they're supposed to be, if they're supposed to be impassable for flyers. Yeah, it's true. They look very visually similar to the walls that you cannot fly over, that are used in like pretty much every other place in the game. Alright, so we're gonna just start doing this. Oh, by the way, I was supposed to put Lucina on that shiny spot anyway, so we kind of got bailed out by the fact that we picked up a random item, so it would not have mattered who we used. We can probably hit to level 5 before this encounter starts, which, huge if true. She needs healed, right? Yes. So the good thing about the staff experience formula in this game is that unlike Fates, it is not determined by the level of the target. It's just flat staff experience, which means staff using characters can get they can generate so much free experience. It's actually it's unbelievable how much free experience you can generate. As you're seeing now. I thought she was low on health, I guess not. Alright, so we're in a good position now. We can start planning our approach. And I know it seems like I'm sandbagging a lot, but I'm being dead serious when I tell you this is one of the most dangerous boss groups in the entire game. Because of the fact that they have linked AI, they're all flyers, the map is huge, the terrain is to their advantage. You really have to open this map. You have to think about what you're doing when you open up this map. Like, it can be very scary. So if I'm not mistaken, this tile should only be reachable by one character, yes. Unfortunately, this guy spawned with counter. Come on, man. Give me a break already. I need to find a way to... I need to find a character who can't deal much damage to this guy and will have an archer potentially dual strike for them. I think that's actually going to be Severa. So let's go back to our planning phase. Okay, this guy's going to deal 52 to us. I think we already determined that she can't fight the Griffin Riders, though, but let's just check anyway. 52 minus 17 is 35 damage. That's so much already. God, that's so much damage. Can't believe how much damage they deal. They need to balance this map better. This is the most unbalanced map in the game. She's going to take 35 damage. She's going to deal 34 minus 23. She's going to deal 11 damage in return. That's 46 total. She actually survives if I give her like an HP or defense tonic. Plus she's going to get some bonus stats from this character as well. Unfortunately, the extra defense is kind of counterbalanced by the extra strength. Because I'm dealing counter damage to myself anyway. Where's Crom? Where's Crom? Get over here. Right. So we need an HP and defense tonic. I'm just gonna use the defense tonic. This should be correct now. Let's check everything again. 52. And keep in mind, because we have the weapon triangle advantage, his damage is going to be a little bit lower anyway. It's going to be like 3 points lower. 52 minus 21 is 31 damage. And then we're going to deal 36 minus 23. We're going to deal 13 to him. 31 plus 13 is 44. We survive on 2 HP guaranteed. Okay. So we're going to want Sever over here to pull this character and hopefully get a dual strike. Probably not very likely, but we can hope for the best. Blank says it's good that they block flyers considering all the enemies on this map. Well, yeah, but the problem is, like, this terrain up here, you don't really get to access it because the enemies are all attacking you while you're still down here, but it's still helpful, yeah. It's just weird. It's just weird to me, that's all. It's just, like, weird the way that it doesn't work the way every other wall in the game works, is the thing. You've had Olivia farm dance experience before, just outside of Gangrel's range for too many turns. You can't complain about sandbagging. Yeah, I'm planning a run in the future where I want to do like extreme like cheese strategies. So that should be fun. This might be the time to give the boots to Sumia. We're in the convoy, right? Yeah, I have the boots. If I give the boots to Sumia, I can open up this battle by running in, killing an enemy, and then running back out to safety. It's very worth doing. I'm going to want all of my other characters on the right-hand side, a little bit further back. And I'm also going to want some plus-shaped formations as well, for repositioning if possible. Olivia needs to be way out of enemy range. Yeah, I'm starting to think it might be time to use the boots on Sumia. The problem is it would be great if I could use them on another character. Like another Gale Force attacker with better offensive potential, like later on. But the thing is, we don't really have another Gale Force attacker with better offensive potential because of the way our Lucina and Cynthia builds turned out. Arguably, it might be better to put the boots onto Cynthia in the long run, but if I put the boots onto Cynthia right now, she won't be able to do, like, she won't be able to fly in and kill one of these enemies, and that's going to be a big problem. Like, we need to give them to somebody who can fly in and kill one of these enemies, guaranteed. So we kind of have to give them to Sumia now, I think. Put away, maybe, I don't know what I'm going to put away, honestly. I guess I'll just put away the Forged Silver Lance for now. I mean, we're going to use the Beast Killer anyway. Yeah, now's the time to use the boots, I think. I also really wanted to use them on Olivia, but I'm glad I didn't because I really need them here. The other thing you could do is, like, if you had another character with Rally Move, you could Rally Move for somebody and then have them fly in and do it. The problem is, once again, the only character we have who can Rally Move is Sumia, but we need Sumia to be the character who flies in, so it just doesn't work. We have to use the boots on her, I think. These two, I'm actually willing to leave them like in this position because they might be able to do some combat. Everyone else needs to get the heck out of here. We can also rally speed as well. Yeah, let's rally speed on the turn. On the turn whenever we start combat. So you're gonna go here, you here. You're gonna go here so that I don't forget to rally speed. In fact, hold on, we can just have her rally speed. Oops. Yeah, you're gonna rally speed. Is that a good thing or a bad thing, actually? I have to see what happens if I double this enemy, because I might kill myself if I double him. 28. Yeah, hold on, I did not think this through. Hold on a second. 24 plus 7. Okay, yeah, we won't double him. We don't want to double him, that's the thing. So I have to not rally speed here. Alright, you get up here. From this position, we should be able to fly in and get a kill. When we do that, that will trigger the enemy AI, the linked group AI. It will cause all of these enemies to start moving. They're probably going to either fly north or east. They might split up. I don't know. But my group on the east has room to reposition, to move back. In fact, I'm going to move them even further back. Yeah, I'm going to get like these characters back here. So we can get behind this wall and use this wall to our advantage. Let's do some plus shaped formations. Stuff like this. And then these characters are going to be ready to fight if possible, if needed. These characters are going to... you have your action available? Yes. Okay. These characters are going to fly in. We're going to start the encounter now. This guy's not dangerous. This guy's not particularly dangerous. This guy's not particularly scary. This one is scary. Okay, hold on a second. We might even just... I don't know, I kind of want to try to pull the group to the north if I can, though, because then they'll be easier to split up. Well, let's get rid of this one now, then. Oh, I don't double him without rally speed. I used the speed tonic, didn't I? Am I crazy? Did I not use the speed tonic? I didn't. Okay, that's why. Alright, we're doing it next turn. So we should be able to double him now. Yes, okay. If I use the Beast Killer, I can guarantee this kill, which I would like to do. In which case, I can also save silver bow charges, which is important. We're actually in a position where we might run out before the end of this chapter if I'm not careful. Okay. Ooh. That's actually kind of a good thing in a weird way. Because it means the enemies are more likely to chase me. Alright. If possible, I'd like to draw out only this character, but I don't think I can do so because of this wall here. I think it's gonna be this guy. This is probably the only one with singular range. Yeah. Alright. Can I take a round of combat from him? He is a Tomahawk user, which means I can fight him with Arcwind. He's gonna hit me for 24. I take 24. I kill him with Arcwind. Alright, let's do this. So we're gonna go here. We're going to go to the convoy. I need to grab a concoction. I need to equip Arcwind. I need to use my concoction. So we're going to... Oh my god, that's so scary. That is so terrifying. I almost miscounted that range because I wasn't really thinking about the fact that I was blocking this guy. Alright, in fact, I was thinking about it, but I just, like... Even when you're thinking about it, it is very easy to mess that up. Alright, now we can do... So we're gonna pull this guy north, potentially bait other enemies to start chasing Sumia, and then she can just escape from them and split up the enemy group. While on the right-hand side, we're gonna have this group right here, just stand in this position. These characters need to be forward. I should also reverse the position of these characters. Something like this. Do not rally speed. I cannot rally speed. If I rally speed, I'm going to be in trouble. Alright. We should be okay. I don't think we're in any danger here. The scariest thing is going to be the counter damage we're going to take on this side. But it shouldn't be enough to kill us. God, that's terrifying. And all of the enemies went to the right. Great. None of them chased Sumia. I think it's because they think they can kill Severa. So they all went this way because they want to kill Severa. Yeah, we wouldn't have killed ourselves anyway, so it's fine. The soul activation helped though, because it means when we have a little bit more breathing room, we're not on 3 HP anymore. Although I don't really see how it matters anyway, even still. Alright, let's go like this. Pass you over here. Pair up with your mother. Potentially we can give a kill here to Cynthia, or even Lucina. Someone needs to do something about her damage. Like, it's atrocious. Like, her damage is so bad. Crazy how bad her damage is. I have to hit. I have an 18% hit chance. Oh god. Yeah, it's not gonna work. Okay. Is there anything else I can do here? Not really. She's so far out of position now she can't do anything. She can't kill any additional units. I should have just had Sumia over here with this group. That was a misplay. I should have realized they were gonna chase after Severa because they think they can kill her. Snow warning, you don't really understand why the difficulty of the Paralogues is so mismatched with like where you are in the game. Yeah, it's crazy. It's really crazy. The Paralogue chapters are so much harder than they should be for the point in the game where you unlock them. Honestly, even by the end of the game, like the Paralogues are still like some of the hardest chapters, even when you get to endgame. The reason my hit chance is so low is because the enemy has Lance Breaker, and the breaker skills in this game are incredible. Breaker skills are so good in this game. You really don't want to see enemies with breaker skills. Hello Garrett, you're back. What have you missed? Not too much. We just started the combat against the enemy group. Unfortunately, they all went to the right. None of them chased after Sumia. So now Sumia is like out of position. She can't do anything to help. Well, what she can do is she can actually bait one enemy away this turn. Maybe this one, Silver Lance user. So if I go here, I'm actually going to use the Javelin and a Concoction. Now this guy will fly up here and attack her. That might help in some way. I'm thinking of using Long Ku and or Noire here. Can I one-shot this guy? Yes, I can. I can guarantee the hit, too. I wish I had another axe. I mean, using a killer axe charge here is not the worst thing. I am going to take Vantage attack, though. But that doesn't really matter. Because I'm going to rescue her anyway. Ooh, she got B-rank axes. That's a big deal. Alright, now we can rescue her to safety. Definitely we're going to use this wall to my advantage. Oh, hold on a second. I don't have any rescue stabs left. Stand here. We go here. Take her rescue staff. Pull Noe back to safety. Okay. This guy's a spear user. And he doesn't double us. Does he overlap with this guy? No. Looks like I just do this. Put my Javelin. Rapier for effective damage. Sure, I'll just rally speed for these characters. Doesn't really matter. Okay, I can put Robin behind them too. And Saria as well for Anathema. I'm going to dance for... No, not Cordelia. Yeah, Cordelia's fine, I guess. No, Lisa's better. I'm getting very focused on gameplay right now, guys. I'm sure you can tell, but I'm in a gameplay focused mood. Less focused on chat. Alright, that dual strike definitely helped. But it's 90% likely at this point. In fact, more than 90%. 2 chances to get a 90% likely dual strike. We were actually able to chip them down pretty well. This means we can possibly give some kills to Cena. 84% to hit. I can fix that though. I can do this. This enemy does have counter, unfortunately. What about this one? Of course he does. Why do I even ask? Why do I even check? You know he's gonna have counter. I can actually fight him without killing myself. Funny enough. Let's do that. $43. Yeah, this is fine. Perfect. This is going to give the benefit of Hex Anathema against this enemy, so we should have a guaranteed hit right now. Which means we can do this. Yes. I can do it with the Parallel Falchion, but I prefer the accuracy here. Please go to level 10. Please go to level 10. Thank you so much. Oh my god. Finally, I can get her out of Great Lord. I want to give this one to Cynthia. Can she take it? Yes, with the Beast Killer. No threat advantage. This is like a preview of what their combat ability is going to be like in the future. But they will be able to do it against full health enemies instead of only being able to pick off weakened enemies. Alright. Noe, can you pick this one up? Maybe if Longu dual strikes. If not, we'll just give it to someone else. Nice. Ooh, and actually we leave him on low health, which is kind of a good thing. Because we can give a kill to Severa, I'm pretty sure. Yes, we can. Awesome. We managed to get kills on all of our project units. All 3 of our project units got kills this turn. This is really showing that the training is starting to pay off. The fact that we were able to get a kill on all 3 of those units. Okay, so finally, the moment has come. We can switch over to a Bow Knight. Again, we're doing Bow Knight here so that we get extra speed and extra movement. And more importantly, access to bows. Oh, that's a really cool 3D model. I don't really look at the 3D models very often because I always play with animations turned off. And even when I promote my units, a lot of times I just press the start button and skip through everything. Nice. Now all we have to do is go kill the boss. We have plenty of options to do so. Blank says that was a good turn. Yeah, I was really satisfied with that turn. That played out exactly as I wanted. We're also going to sandbag, get a little bit more experience onto Cynthia. Yeah, the big thing about this Bow Knight promotion is that it gives Cynthia +1 movement, which means now she can do what we had to use boots. We had to use boots on Sumia in order to run and attack enemies and run back out. But with that +1 movement, this opens up Cynthia to have a lot more opportunities to fly in, kill enemies, and then fly back out. So we're opening up strategies here that otherwise wouldn't be possible, which makes the Bow Knight the better promotion in this instance. We're also going to sandbag. We're going to get some free experience. We'll let Lisa get some as well. It's very close to the point where I could potentially consider changing her over to a Dark Flier. Have not decided yet. I'm going to do it. I should actually do it soon. The problem is she's my one really good staff user right now. All my other staff users have pretty nerfed magic scores. If I want to do that, I would have to bring Libra back off the bench, which is not the worst thing in the world, but it's definitely a thing. We have to think about it. I can't just do it without thinking. Aloran says, Manor of Lost Souls feels like an endgame map. Yeah, for sure, that is a big one. Let's see. Cell, you wish the dual strikes in Awakening did not rely on chance? I think it's fine as it is. I say this pretty much every time the subject comes up because people always talk about wanting to like make Awakening like remake or just mods to make it work like the way Fates works. And in my opinion, like Fates is Fates and Awakening is Awakening. I don't think you need to make I just don't think you need to make I don't think you need to make Awakening into Fates to make it good. I think it's already a good game on its own. Alright, is there any way we can kill this boss without having to fly all of our units over the river one at a time? Because that's really annoying. But walking around the entire map is also very annoying. Hello, Master Kuja. Thank you for coming to the stream today. How are you doing? I hope you're doing incredible. Do I think Henry is really being useful, or do you think he's just a hex bot? I mean, he's really good at using Hex and Anathema, and those are really good, useful things to be able to do. Like, on the previous turn, we used Hex and... Well, technically we used Saria for it, but we could have used Henry. Like, for example, if Saria needed to attack an enemy, and then Henry didn't have anything to do, he could just use Hex and Anathema in order to make it so that Lucina had a 100% hit rate against that enemy, which was pretty important. We did not want to take a risk on missing an attack this late into a very difficult map. So, like, if you say, like, is quote-unquote the only thing he does use Hex and Anathema, like, in my opinion, using Hex and Anathema is not, like, an only thing. That's, like, a huge thing. That's, like, a massive thing. If that's the only thing that you do, you are already contributing a ton of value. But on top of that, he can chip enemies, so he's still useful for that. And he's providing support bonuses to Lisa, so he's useful for that. And he's going to give us access to... Crap. He's going to give us access to Wayne's Paralogue, so he's useful for that. So he's doing a lot of things. He's not just here to use Hex and Anathema, but that is his main function, and it is a great function. Henry. And then I'm just going to leave Olivia over here. And then if I end up getting screwed over because I don't have a dancer, then I'm like, oh well, really? Like, seriously. I'm over this chapter. You can fly over this wall, which is good. So we can potentially set up something here. I would like to... He has Bow Breaker, unfortunately. Which means my bow using support units are not going to be as useful as they have been up until now. Where's Lucina? This might be my best core. Where the heck is Lucina? Does anyone see her? Oh, she's a bow knight now, of course. There she is. Alright, so we're gonna use the she can't use the rapier anymore, which is unfortunate. This is like the one situation where losing access to the rapier, or losing access to the, like switching out of the Lord class, losing access to the rapier is actually kind of a big deal. The good thing is this enemy's not really a threat. We can just fly in, hit him with the Beast Killer, and then get dual strikes, even with the Parallel Falchion. This should be fine. In fact, we could even just do this. No, we're not fast enough. She's so slow. Alright, I'm going to do this. I'm going to open with this, and then if the enemy is still alive, I'll just do something else. Okay, so the enemy's still alive, so we'll just have somebody else fly over the barrier and finish him off. Is there any way to give it to Severa? Gotta be a little bit careful that I don't waste any actions, especially because I don't have... Oh. Especially because I don't have Olivia available. Okay, we can more or less guarantee this kill. Got very good odds of hitting it. I can even use Charm here. He's not in a great position to use the shiny spot though. Nor does she need it very much. Okay, hold on. Who needs the shiny spot? Probably Noe. So I'm gonna go like this. Experience, please. Weapon proficiency, that's actually good too. Okay, so I'm gonna show, like, I want to show you. We just had a discussion about Hex and Anathema. This is kind of the same thing. I'm gonna show you why auras are so important. So right now, we want to kill this enemy. We have an 89% chance to hit, which is like not great at the end of a really long, difficult chapter. If I go here, I put Chrom in this position. I go this way. I now have the benefit of Charm. Now I have a 94% chance to hit. That is significantly better. I feel much better about taking those odds. That's the same value that Hex and Anathema provides, essentially. And we got an energy drop. Nicely done.
Sorry.
You were expecting Great Knight? Oh my god, no way. Bow Knight's way better. I'm so stuck on bow using classes. My life revolves around bow using classes. But seriously, like the value of the value of being able to access bows is so much more important. And the plus speed and plus move is good, although Great Knight does give plus move, so it is pretty equivalent. If I wanted strength and defense, I guess it's probably worth considering. Snow Warning says, you wish the player units didn't follow the common trope of protagonists not wearing helmets. They look really good on some of the generic enemies. Yeah, it would be interesting to see some of the player characters with helmets on. That would be pretty cool. Auras work differently in Awakening. Yeah, in Awakening, auras work even when your character is not in the front position. It's really cool. I love the auras in Awakening. I don't know why they changed them. I think it was a very bad decision. I think it was possibly the worst decision between Awakening and Fates was switching auras. I'm getting some nice clears, some GGs, some nice clears, some GGs. Thank you, X. Thank you, Alpha C. Thank you, Blank. Thank you, Cell. X says that Paralogue is another reason not to use. Sorry. No, because then you get to play a really difficult, frustrating map that I hate. But then your reward, you do get a great unit. Noire is a fantastic unit. She's good for many reasons. There are some things. Ever since I started doing research for my upcoming guide videos, there are some things that I've learned about Generation 2 units that I didn't really ever consider in the past because I never really planned builds for them. I just kind of wrote them off. But there are very important things about Generation 2 units, and one of the very important things is what class do they start in. And the fact that she starts in the Archer class is extremely important. It's extremely valuable, and she can inherit either Hex or Anathema from her mother on top of that, which are like two very good skills. It makes her an extremely strong unit, like stronger than you would imagine. Let's see, Draconis. Malignites with bows, that would be interesting. Bow Knight is underrated because rally skill is one of the least sexy skills on the surface. Yeah, rally skill, I mean, it's another one of those things you could use to improve your hit rates on the fly, but really the big thing about Bow Knight that's so good is the extra movement, speed, and access to bows, obviously. While still maintaining sword access, which is good, in the case of Lucina, especially. She wants to keep her parallel falchion. Alright, let's check our barracks. Probably nothing great. Maybe an item. Nope, just a surge on a unit that we're not using. Next we've got some supports to look at. I don't really care about parent-child conversations just because they're the same every playthrough. They're very boring. We did unlock this support, which I do want to read. This is one I've never read before. Cell says, congrats for almost 50 concurrent viewers. Yeah, that's pretty good. I think the highest I've ever got was 100. If I'm not mistaken, I think I have hit the 100 mark before. For a while there, I was pretty consistently getting like 50 to 60, but then it kind of slowly started to drop off. That happened after like I had my best released video ever, and I was regularly getting like tons of views. But after time, like not every video that you release is gonna go viral. So like if you after your viral video starts to slowly die down, your views start to return to normal as well. So getting 50 on a stream like this is still pretty good. So, Severa, I have to... do you mind?
What?
Isn't it time you learned to do this by yourself? Please.
Fine.
Oh, alright. Gods.
Sorry.
Sorry. I'm just scared is all.
Are you deaf?
Too scared of the dark to go to the bathroom by yourself at night. Honestly, Noire, you're a grown woman. I'm sorry, okay? I'm sorry. Also, I'm sorry I yelled just there. Oh my god, enough. Stop apologizing and let's go.
Thank you.
Thanks, Severa. You're always so nice to me.
Yeah.
That must be a pretty low bar if I'm leaping over it. Why not bother someone else from time to time?
What?
Oh, I'd be too embarrassed.
What?
And you're not with me?
Well.
You don't tease me for it. No, I suppose not. I'm only interested in taking self-important people down a peg. Teasing you would be like kicking a puppy while it's asleep. Wait, is that really the reason why?
Any complaints?
Oh, what does it even matter? At the end of the day, I'm still saddled with guarding you from the boogeyman. Sorry? Never mind, we're old friends. Imposing on me is just what you do. That sounded less harsh in my head.
I see.
I think I know what you meant. Garrett says, is a proven fact of awakening RNG, if you hit the like button, Ellery gets better luck. I hope so. I need some good luck. At this point, honestly, we could just go right into the Morgan Paralogue and start training these units. Although we are on a 4-hour mark for the stream already. Typically, if you guys know, I have problems with acid reflux. I can't really stream very much. Can't stream for long times. I can't stream really more than once per week. Unfortunately, I'm actually kind of already feeling chest pains. I'll sort my inventory. I'll take a little bit of time to make sure I get caught up on everything in chat, make sure I didn't miss anything too exciting, too interesting, too fun. I also took somebody's axe, and it was your axe, and you need it back. All right, let's look at our new units. We got a couple of new units this stream, and like honestly, between last stream and this stream, we got a couple of new units. Probably a good time to sit down and talk about them. Also, the fact that Lucina is like so much better now that she's in Bow Knight, like it's just like a huge difference. Severa, she can be very good. You have to get her soul as quickly as possible, and she's also better if she has a complement of like good skills. We didn't really go out of our way to give her any great skills other than dual guard, which is pretty useful. She's gonna be using Noire as her main companion with Solidarity and Anathema and the bonuses from the Bow Knight class. This is actually gonna be a pretty solid pairing. The thing I think I was probably underestimating is just how deadly Noire herself can be. Like if we just rotate her into the lead and she shoots an enemy, like that gives us a lot of potential. I think that gives us this core really good switch potential, because they can serve as a player phase unit that removes with bow attacks, or an enemy phase unit who sweeps with soul tanking. So I don't know, it's pretty good. I think this is going to be a good core. And then Cynthia is going to be Lucina's main pair-up unit. The fact that these two can both use Gale Force and they can kind of bounce off of each other is going to really give us a lot of options for player phase removal. I'm very excited to see that, but unfortunately their strength is very low. They're really badly in need of some strength. Both of them just need strength badly. It would also be great if they could get Lance Fair sometime soon, and then unfortunately Lucina's not going to get Bow Fair or Sword Fair ever, so that's sad. Cell says I should take a break if I need to. Yeah, I mean, we're probably going to call it a day pretty soon. I'm thinking about what I want to eat after this. The problem is all the options that I have. So I bought a muffin that I was planning on eating at some point either today or tomorrow, but like muffins are really bad for my acid reflux, so I'm probably not going to eat that. And then yesterday, Millie and I went out to eat, and the portions there were like so large. I ended up bringing back like half of my food, and I was thinking about eating some of that, but it's Italian food, and Italian food's really bad for my acid reflux, so I'm probably not going to eat that. So I guess maybe after the stream finishes, I'll probably just go cook something. Maybe like rice and broccoli or something that will like settle my stomach. Olran mentions that I do have the energy drop here as well. Yeah, I can use the energy drop. I'm curious about who I should use it on though. Kind of like both of them need it. Lucina's really badly in need of speed. Her speed is really bad. But once these two start to support with each other, they will also start giving each other larger speed boosts from their pair-up bonuses, so that's another bonus. And also, as their speed increases, they'll start giving bigger speed bonuses to each other. Shiny Cyndaquil says, I came at the end of the stream, but you love my voice acting. Noire is so cute. Thank you very much. I love doing bad voice acting for the characters. It's a lot of fun. Now we finally have a shop that sells a bunch of bows, which is good, especially killer bows. Killer bows are great. I actually might buy her a killer bow. Let me check let me check my bow users and what bow rank they have right now. So A rank, he's not going to need a killer bow. C rank, he would like a killer bow. In fact, I was just talking about in the previous chapter why I wanted Longtooth to have a killer bow, but I just don't have any available. She's not going to need one anytime soon. She's going to be using this forged bronze bow. I think Noire can use a killer bow. Yes, she can, but she already has one. Okay, so I think just Longtooth needs a killer bow. We can finally stop using the blessed bow and replace it with a killer bow. That's great. We should also probably buy him a steel bow as well. To replace the one that's getting low on charges. I think this killer bow. This is expensive. Is this worth it? No, this isn't worth it. This isn't worth it. I don't have the money for this. I'm going to be smart. I'm going to be economical. I'm going to sell these. Actually, hold on a second. I have a ton of money. How close is he to ranking up? I didn't check. This killer bow is worth it if he's not going to rank up for a while. But if he's going to rank up soon, it's not really worth it. Yeah, it's probably better to just wait and get him access to a silver bow as soon as possible. So we'll just use the blessed bow until it runs out, until we break it. I think I'm going to give him the killer bow though, and give the blessed bow to Noire. She can use it, right? Where is it? Where the heck is that blessed bow? Oh, she has it in her inventory already. Because I used the trade command. Duh. Garrett says, Blitzball from Final Fantasy X is a cure for all ailments. I haven't played Blitzball in a long time. Snow Warning says, what would this game be without characters being dorks in the camp, but then being killing machines in the battlefield? Yeah, the characters in this game are very funny. Are very funny. I just want to be clear. I said they are very funny. Not they aren't very funny. I mumble a lot. All right, we need to restock on some rescue stabs. I'm probably gonna sort my inventory off stream. I don't think it's that fun for you guys to watch me doing this. So let me just grab some rescue stabs really quick. That should be enough. I'm gonna save my game. And I'm going to say thanks to some of the active chatters who were here today. I haven't done this in a while, but the last couple streams have been so, like, the chat has been moving so fast, it's tough for me to go back and thank individual people. But, by the way, the poll, the haters always lose in the end. The haters always lose in the end. The believers always win in the end. You guys thought that I could do it, that I could beat this chapter today, and I, in fact, beat this chapter today. Did I close the poll? Yes, I did. Yeah, everyone... 86% of people were confident that I could recruit Noire today, and they were correct. I did it. But anyway, because the chat wasn't moving so fast today, I can actually go back up and just kind of give some shout-outs. So X, thank you for being here today. Drakey, thanks for stopping by. And for Essie as well, thank you for being here. Maniacally Happy, thanks for coming to the stream for, I believe, the first time. Thank you, Blank and Garrett, for being here today. Starforce SF as well. Thank you, let's see, Alpha C. Blank, I've already got you. Ashley stopped by. Big Boss was here today. Ashley and Big Boss, thank you as well. Cold Jolteon was here. Thank you, Cold Jolteon. Fluffy stopped by. Paulo Augusto, I've seen you a few times now. Thank you for coming to the stream as a regular. And let's see, anyone else? There's definitely going to be more. I don't know if I'm going to be able to get everybody. Just there was a lot of people. Wings of Light, thank you for stopping by today. Thank you to... Hannah, let me see, hold on a second, what was your full name? I scrolled away, I'm not going to be able to find it, but Hannah, thank you for being here today as well. Milton, let's see, Milton was here, Garrett was here. Draconis stopped by today, thank you for being here, Draconis. Let's see, anyone else? Cell, thank you for being here today. Baby, thank you for coming by. I want to stream more Wizardry again soon. I just have to find a time when I can do it. And then also I need to make sure that I actually play more Fire Emblem 4 as well. Snow Warning, thanks for stopping by and chatting a lot today. I always love it when people chat a lot because it makes it so that I'm not just talking to myself for the entire stream. Much appreciated. Devin, thanks for stopping by today. Devin has been here for a while, by the way. I think Devin's been coming to my streams for like... Has it been a year now? It's been a while. Devin has been here a lot. I'm pretty sure Devin was coming here even... pretty sure I've seen Devin in my stream chat even before I started doing Lunatic Plus content. Like when I was streaming The Witness and when I was streaming Bloodborne. Mostly, I'm pretty sure Devin has been here for a while. Master Kuja, thanks for stopping by. And I think that is everybody. Now I'm gonna read the goodbyes. Tricky says goodbye. Fluffy says they're glad they were able to stay for the whole stream. Garrett says they were a believer. Snow Warning says they didn't catch the poll, they're agnostic. BB Coley says bye. Wings of Light says no problem, it was fun, but you don't often have a lot to say, that's fine, I love the lurkers. Ashley says have a great rest of your day, thank you. In fact, I'm going to say the same thing. Everyone, for now, enjoy the rest of your day.